Tuchel's side. So, but this time around, both teams now have 3 points, right? A team that wins from this one will get into the next round. So I think England, they will be looking at a chance to do better than what Panama did, right? Not just controlling the game, but of course scoring the goals. And this time around, I think Ghana will also know that this is a different profile from the Panama team, right? And maybe they sort of underrated the Panama side, and when they felt that the ease was on them, they had to just go on and snatch a win. And as for Semenyo, he was given the man of the match against Panama, and I was even surprised. Maybe they are giving the man of the match to whoever wins now, because in that game, he tried all he could, but I think it was still an underwhelming performance from the Man City man. This time around for England, they have all the firepower in the world. Likes of Harry Kane, Harry Kane in there, Bukayo Saka is there, Marcus Rashford, who also came off the bench to score a goal. In the midfield, there's Jude Bellingham, who can crash into the box and get goals. I think this time around, I don't know what Carlos Queiroz should want to say to his players, but they should expect some heat against this English side, because they will come at them. Trust me. And England know that a win for them, and they are into the next round. It's going to be a very, very interesting game. But I still feel like England are going to get a win. But as for Ghana as well, maybe what can spur them on is from that game against Panama, there was a fan that lost her life while celebrating. Sarah Araba, rest in peace to her. Maybe that would spur them on. She's Ghanaian. Maybe that will spur them on.
One loss for the boys.
Now maybe she might just provide like an extra space for them, an extra inspiration. But it's going to be a very tough game against the Three Lions. I mean, you could see that there's a gap in quality between England and Ghana. Hope that gap is not the one that will judge this game.
Did we see Queiroz's impact in the first game against Panama? Do we see him as the man who could actually tinker the side against the Three Lions side? We understand that he coached in England for quite a while. He should understand the mentality of English players.
Well, I think that if there's any impact in that game against Panama, is the fact that they can attack. Their attack is really, really not good. I mean, he was playing a certain Kamaldeen Sulemana as a wing back. And he's a winger.
What is Jordan Ayew doing in the national team?
That's another question.
No
Inaki Williams was not the bench.
His goal threats.
Why is Inaki Williams not playing? You can put all your stars in, and I'm expecting him to do that against England. If he wants to go with
Inaki Williams is injured, because I'm confused.
Yeah, they actually have some decent players. There's Abdul Fattah, who, despite Leicester's relegation, he was one of their shining lights. There's Antoine Semenyo, there's Inaki Williams.
Semenyo was not really happy. He was not really impressed, because each time he lays a pass, there's nobody to finish. Probably
they were missing at the time. Obviously, Mohamed Kudus is injured.
Kudus would have made a lot of difference.
I think that would have actually been a very, very important figure in that team. Then Thomas Partey, who could not get...
Kudus and Thomas Partey would have made a whole lot of difference alongside Semenyo in this
team. I think Thomas Partey would be available.
Inaki, Kudus, and Thomas Partey in that team, yes. Would have been a lot of Ghana. It would
have been a different, with their up-and-coming players, likes of Thomas Asante and Pansil, also in the Fatawu and Kamaldeen Sulemana as well. I think they would have done better. But in this game against England, right, with Thomas Partey, I think he's been cleared now. He didn't make that game against Panama, but he should be available against England. I think that would be a welcome. That would be a welcome. And it is going to be tough for him because of what happened.
The players have been told if Thomas Partey plays that game, they shouldn't.
But Jerry, that is wrong.
So that means
you are innocent or proven guilty.
If he's with the ball, nobody should touch him. Then he should all go to it.
This might spark something. This might spark something else, because he is the captain of the side. He might as well tell his players not to even give the players an handshake. The intentions will start balling over without kickoff already.
Captain flags and so on and so forth.
But
they're not going to do it.
But I think the Arsenal boys, likes of Declan Rice, even though Declan Rice, I think Declan Rice and Partey, they played together. Declan Rice, Bukayo Saka, David Raya. I said David Raya, sorry. Pardon me. I was trying to look for a name. Noni Madueke didn't really meet Thomas Partey. So, but there's another Arsenal player in that side. I'm trying to recall his name now. I think these players will actually, warm up to him, and it's their former teammate.
Make him feel at home.
Yeah.
All right, time not really our friend. We'll have to wrap it up here. I want to say big thanks. Fizz, it's been awesome having you.
Yeah.
And of course, if South Africa qualifies, we'll send you to Johannesburg.
I'm putting on blue, and Cabo Verde are the Blue Sharks, so that should give you all you need.
Okay, you want to identify with those who are doing well, and Africa is supporting.
I don't I don't know what you're saying.
Anyway, thank you very much.
We are all Africa.
Maybe you've left the South African.
It's one Africa. Even the teams that are not doing well, it's still one Africa.
In the South African league,
regardless of what's happening, it's still one continent.
You want to look at the Cape Verdean?
We have 10 teams. We have 10 teams at the AFCON. All 10 teams are getting
you're a man on a mission. All right, unfortunately, my work could not join us. and hopefully you'll be here with us tomorrow when we give you an update as far as the locker room is concerned. Big thanks to the guys who made the show great, talking about the likes of Shogun, not even out of San Okwe, and of course, okay, and the guys behind the scene. I appreciate all of your effort. This one is coming from me, and of course, the guys of the locker room. My name is Jerry Apelo. I say thanks for being a part of the show. Up next is Political Lens with Chukuma Okoro. Stay tuned.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelo. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the Voice of the People. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the Voice of the People today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the People. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are. the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us. Now, this evening, we'll be speaking with one of the most controversial figures to emerge from Nigeria's humanitarian and conflict landscape in recent years, an American missionary and aid worker who became known for his efforts to rebuild homes and communities devastated by violence in Plateau and Benue states. Supporters describe him as a humanitarian who stepped in where government intervention was lacking, helping displaced families return to their lives with dignity and hope. But his work has also been surrounded by intense controversy. While Nigerian authorities reportedly expelled him from the country amid allegations that he was involved in activities capable of inflaming communal tensions, but he maintains that he left on his own. He will tell us more about all that transpired between him and the Nigerian government. While critics have accused him of maintaining a suspicious presence and sense of violence and have alleged that some of his statements contributed to unrest, others have questioned his motives, his affiliations, and even his personal history. He has also made explosive claims of his own, including allegations that millions of dollars have been spent by the Nigerian government on foreign lobbies to shape international perceptions of the country's security challenges. In one of his many engagements with the Nigerian media, he had this to say. Let's listen to his audio.
We know the facts and we know the truth of what is happening all around Nigeria, and insurgency has not been crushed. This is why Trump bombed ISIS. This is why the teacher in Oyo was beheaded. This is why you have hundreds of victims from the Wardo massacre in Kwara who are still in captivity. You have people from Ngosha and Borno who are still in captivity. You have people that are still being attacked and killed. And so what I am seeing coming from a lot of people that are in power are deliberate lies regarding the truth of what is happening in Nigeria. And this is nothing new. I mean, General Musa, he says that terrorism, the security situation has improved so much in Nigeria. And then the Senate president is saying that insurgency has been crushed. Meanwhile, the Nigerian government in Nuhu Ribadu paid almost $10 million to a U.S. lobbying firm to tell the U.S. government that they're protecting Christians and that they're cooperating and they're fighting terrorism. They're doing all these things. But the reality is on the ground, I mean, it's been a war zone all across Nigeria. I mean, even my own worker who is rebuilding a village in Barkinladi, he was attacked and took a machete to his head by Fulani, not because he committed a crime. Even the village that I'm rebuilding currently was attacked. They killed 7 people. I mean, it's been like a war zone in so many places across Nigeria. And so what I see is that leaders are trying to push a false narrative because obviously they want to stay in power. I mean, this is just how people in power and authorities are. Which village has the government rebuilt? That's my question. And so if you're serious about helping these people, ending the issues, then that's one way that the government can stand up and say, no, we are going to help. Even though some people are suffering, we as the government are going to be able to go to the people and uplift them. We're not going to allow them to be forgotten and forsaken. But that's what I have seen on the ground. I mean, that's why I've made rebuilding villages my largest initiative in Nigeria. I mean, majority of the funds that I'm able to fundraise are going towards rebuilding these villages. I mean, we have 3 that are under construction right now in Plateau. And so we have plans in Quara. They shoot us away because of insecurity. I'm going to Benue next. And so I'd love to see the government actually do that. If these villages are burned and maybe they can't, end the insecurity, let's just say that's the truth. Well, then how about you go, instead of giving trillions or billions of just bags of rice, go and help people rebuild their homes that were burned by terrorists, because a lot of these people had been displaced, millions of people displaced. And when you can't farm, you lose everything you have, then you have no funds to be able to do that. And so they're left with no home. And so the government should be able to step in and say, we are going to create different initiatives to where we're going to help these communities that have had their homes and villages burned and help them rebuild.
All right, there you have it. There you have it. Let's bring in our guest. We've been joined virtually by Alex Barbie. Now, Alex Barbie, what is he? Is he a humanitarian or provocateur, victim of political persecution, or a man whose actions crossed the line? What really happened in Plateau and Benue State? And what does his exit from Nigeria mean for the future of international humanitarian involvement in Nigeria's conflict zones? Good evening, Alex Barbie, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. We do appreciate your presence. Good to have you.
Thank you for having me. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Very welcome. Now,
yes,
now that's you speaking. That's you speaking in one of your many engagements with the Nigerian media. We would like for you to tell us, how did you get involved in the Nigerian crisis in the first place? Take us back to your recent history. How did you get involved in the Nigerian crisis? We want your broad take, on what pushed you, what pulled you in. How did you come in? At what point? How have you traveled in Nigeria? Just holistic overview of your involvement in the Nigerian crisis.
Yeah, absolutely. So, before I even came to Nigeria, I was doing work in other African countries. I've done work in Sudan. I've done work in Burundi. I've done work in tribes in Kenya. I've done work in Nicaragua, in Central America. We have work going on in Asia. And so I was already doing work building churches, schools, clinics, building homes, drilling water wells, all these types of things. But what drew my attention to Nigeria was the fact that more Christians are killed in Nigeria than every country in the world combined together. And so when I knew that there was immense suffering, there was injustice, there was killing, and there were people that needed help that were forsaken, I said, that is where my heart is, and that is where I'm going to go. And so I came to Nigeria for the first time in the very beginning of 2025. And so we had started to build some churches, some schools. Actually, one of the first projects I did in Nigeria was a school in a Muslim majority village in the far north, not the north of Plateau, further north, close to the Republic of Niger, my very first project in Nigeria. And so I started to do work in Bauchi and different places like that. And I was met with seeing killing happening all around me. In Miango, in Bokos, in Barikenladi. And when I saw the truth and I started to see the reality for myself of what people were dealing with in Nigeria, it completely changed me. And so my initiative, my funds, the things that I raised, my time, my mind, my every part of me became focused on Nigeria because I saw that there is immense suffering, like unexplainable. I mean, you can't even put words to what I have seen and what I'm hearing from other people in Nigeria. And so that kind of pushed me into a place of where Nigeria is where I'm going to focus everything.
Okay.
And so that's what I did. I mean, I spent 2 months in Nigeria. My first time I came to Nigeria almost.
All right. Alex, I hate to butt in at this moment, but before we, lose track of this conversation, I would like for you to tell us exactly where did you get to hear about Nigeria? Was it in the international media? Or was it people in Nigeria that reached out to you? How did you get information about what was happening in Nigeria?
Yes. So I directly researched because my heart was, I wanted to know, where are Christians being killed? Where are they being persecuted? And where do they need the most help? And so my heart is with those types of people groups. That's why we're doing work within Sudan. That's why we're doing work within Asia and other African countries. And so I started to research on Google, looking up, let's say Open Doors. They report a lot. Amnesty International, all these different groups. And so I was already aware just because of various news outlets. I like to follow things. But I started to research myself to find out, okay, what areas in the world are people really, really being killed? There seems to be injustice and they need help. How can I help them with construction? Because construction is what I do. And so in my research of what I found, Nigeria was the worst. And that's proven to be true. And so it was because I started to look myself to see where the need is for me to go to.
Okay, now you said something that is very specific and quite curious, if not instructive. You said that more Christians are killed in Nigeria than in any part of the world. Where did you get that information from?
Yeah, so this is a fact. It's a stat. You can look this up on google.com. You can go to reports from Open Doors. You can go to Amnesty International. You can go to UN. And if you look up the statistics of Christians that are being killed, generally you can see a report, and this is from Open Doors also. It'll tell you which countries are the worst in terms of persecution for Christians. Where do Christians experience the most violence, the most death because of their faith? And when you look at the statistics of where Christians are being killed, if you add up all the countries in the world, you can say Afghanistan, you can say Somalia, you can say Sudan, you can say places in Asia. Add up all these countries and how many Christians are killed, it does not even equal how many are killed in Nigeria in 1 year. It's a fact.
Okay.
And this is what most people don't know. And that's what drew my attention to Nigeria.
Okay, now that's what drew your attention to Nigeria. But interestingly, according to you, when you came to Nigeria, the first place you rebuilt was in a Muslim community up north.
Yeah.
So how come most Christians are killed in Nigeria and you chose, to go build first in a Muslim community? What informed that decision?
Yeah, because bombs are not going to solve the issues that exist in Nigeria. But if you can care for people, you can love people, you can help people, this means that hearts will change. I believe in the Lord. I believe in the Holy Spirit. I believe that He can change hearts. And part of my initiative in Nigeria is not to just rebuild communities where people have suffered, but to also establish schools, to establish churches, to drill water wells, to build clinics in areas where they don't have this, where there's no access to healthcare. We've done this in Kebbi, in Niger, where there's no church, there's no gospel, and where there's not even access to school. I mean, in the first school that I built, there was only an Islamic school, but there was no school for actual education, such as math and history and language and all these types of things. And so the Muslim community are the ones who wanted this. And believe it or not, it was the Muslims who were happy that we were able to come to bring a school to that place so their children can actually learn.
Okay, now, Alex, you just said something now, and I hope I got you correctly. You said that bombs cannot solve the problem. Apparently,
I agree.
Using your own track, to see how the situation could be salvaged. Are you in any way saying that, reintegrating and rehabilitating terrorists is one way to solve the problem, since bombing them is not
at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Not at all. So I believe that bombs certainly can help. I believe that there needs to be firepower and action to go and exterminate the ones who refuse to stop killing and to stop doing terrorism and kidnapping people. Because at the end of the day, we live in an evil world, and people will be evil. Doesn't matter if you want them to or not. It doesn't matter what you tell them. You can tell them the truth. You can tell them to stop. You can threaten them. They don't care, because there is a greater ideology that they are following, which is why they are doing what they're doing. And so for those types of people, they can only be met with firepower. And I hope that the Nigerian government and even foreign governments, whoever wants to help with killing terrorists, they do it, and they do it fast. But at the end of the day, the greatest answer, the lasting answer to terrorism, to people who are evil, is having a changed heart. And as a Christian, I believe that it's only the gospel, and it is only Christ, that if He reaches their hearts, that they will not do terrorism. They will lay down their arms. They will not kill. They will not kidnap. They will not do these evil things. And so that's why I think there's multiple sides to the approach of how you can end this. But at this point in Nigeria, where you have people that are being killed on a daily basis, kidnapped on a daily basis, just last night in Bokos, Mushere, roughly 24 people were killed, Christians. This is nothing new. Rim and Plateau. How many times is Rim going to be attacked in this year alone, and the military do nothing?
All right.
I mean, that's just a question.
Okay.
And so we don't need to be rehabbing terrorists right now. We need to be exterminating them.
All right, Alex, we'll come back to all of that. I mean, your prescription for how you think that this problem can be solved. In the meantime, let's stay with your work here in Nigeria. Now, what level of work have you done? And like rebuilding homes, the records I have says that you have rebuilt 35 homes in all. Now, I'd like to ask you, the rebuilding, did it stop the moment you left Nigeria? And we are going to talk about, the controversies surrounding your exit from Nigeria. But in the meantime, since you left, the rebuilding work by Zion Building, your agency and all of that, is it ongoing? Has it stopped? And how much of that have you done for the Nigerian people?
It hasn't stopped for 1 second. Regardless of my presence, work will continue 24/7. And so we're actually nearing finishing the second village since I left Nigeria in the beginning of April. We've drilled multiple boreholes across Plateau State. I've built multiple churches across Nigeria in the villages. We're working on clinics and schools currently also in many Islamic areas for people who don't have access to that. I'm building security watchtowers for the local vigilantes and hunters to be able to at least alert their villages and their families of people that are coming to kill them. And so at this point, in those two villages, we will have built over 30 houses. And so we finished about 40 houses in Yelwada, where there was a massive attack last year. And so after that work was finished, then we began these multiple other villages across Plateau State. When this project is done, these multiple boreholes have already been drilled. We're finishing the solar power and the piping. We're then going to be doing work within Benue and other states. I already have areas to drill. I've already been doing the groundwork for that to rebuild another village. And so it doesn't matter if I'm there or not. We want to help the people. We want the people to be able to go back to their homes. And so the work is ongoing.
Okay, now the work is ongoing. Now, before we continue with the work, I hear you say that you also build for Muslim communities. And so when you frame you and the evangelicals in the United States, when you frame what is going on in Nigeria around Christian genocide, how does it help the fact, that, well, it's Christian genocide according to your perception and all of that, but you're also helping to build homes for the Muslim communities. What does that mean? Does it help in the fight against terrorism or what?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple important points to get to. One is that not every Muslim is going and killing people. In fact, it's not the majority of Muslims that are actually committing the acts of terrorism. This is very basic. And in fact, in Borno, in Yobe, in Zamfara, Sokoto, Muslims have been victims of both kidnapping, of killing because of ISIS and Lakurawa and those types of groups. And so they also have been victims. And so when we discuss Christian genocide, I have never once said that there is only a Christian genocide across every state in Nigeria and nothing else. What I have directly said is that across the Middle Belt states, Plateau, Benue, Taraba, those types of places, Kaduna, that Christians are directly being targeted because of their faith, whereas Muslims and Fulani are not being killed and not being targeted. This is a fact. It cannot be argued. And if they say there is no genocide in this region and Christians are not being targeted, why are Muslims, why are Fulani not being attacked and killed? We have to answer this question because in every other state, Christians are killed. But then also in Plateau, Taraba, Benue, Kaduna, Christians are directly being targeted, whereas others are not being targeted. And so it seems that every terrorist group, from ISIS, from Lakurawa, from Al-Qaeda, Jainim, from everybody, from the Fulani, they are all killing and targeting Christians. There are regions in Nigeria where Muslims are also victims too, because at the end of the day, if you are a Muslim who does not believe in the ideology that ISIS and Lakurawa believe in, then you also are an infidel. And so it makes sense that they also are being killed as a result of that. But that truth does not mean that Christians in the Middle Belt are not being targeted. And I'd ask the question, if you frame it as a cult, if you frame it as a farmer-herder conflict, as you frame it as anything you want to, maybe they just don't have money, so they're doing different things. I will ask you the question. If it's because of global warming and the herders want more grass for their cattle, why are they not also killing other Fulani who are eating the same grass? The Fulani cows are all eating the grass. That means that every other Fulani herder is a competitor. And so if they are competing for the grass, why are they not killing other Fulani? Why are they not killing other Muslims? Why are they only attacking Christians and Christian villages and burning their villages and killing people just like they do every day? That's the question we have to ask.
That's the question we have to ask. Very big question that the Nigerian people and the Nigerian government have to ask. Now, let's go back to your work. At some point, according to you made a proposal to build a market, in Yellowater. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
and so you said that you made a proposal of how much. Can you take us through that proposal? Because at some point we understand that you had disagreements with the government. The government said, hey, young man, stop building. We can do all of that. And according to you, they gave you a proposal. What really transpired between you and the government? We want to hear from you because looks like government is saying, newspapers are saying. So we want Alex Barbie to tell us directly what transpired between you and the government in that instance.
Yes, absolutely. And if you want to see some screenshots of messages, videos, whatever it is, on my Instagram, you can find the video that I directly talked about this. But I'm going to tell you directly. I went to Yellowater. I didn't know anybody. I only saw there was a massive attack for 6 months. Nobody was there to help them rebuild. I said, I'm going to go rebuild. I don't know if I have $1,000 or $50,000. I'm simply going to go to begin work however I can to help the people of Yellowater. And so I did. And when I went there, the government said, the humanitarian commissioner, that I can help to rebuild the homes, but do not build the market because the government has plans to rebuild the market. And I said, really? Because I'm not aware of any market or any village that the government has gone to rebuild for people that had their homes burned. But I said, okay, that's fine. I will just focus on building the houses, raising money for the houses. That's it. And so I began the construction for the houses. It went forth for, 2.5, 3 months or so because there was a lot of houses. And what they told me was that they would send me the proposal they have for the market. And if I want to help or I'm able to help, to let them know. And I said, I'll let you send me whatever proposal you have. That's it. Okay. And so they said they were going to send me, even in the next 24 hours, the next 2 days, they'll send me the proposal. That's it. I said, okay, I'll be waiting. 2 weeks go by as I'm building. Still not a word, no proposal, nothing. And so I'm talking to, I'm trying to think of what her name was. She was one of the governmental leaders. She was the federal representative in Benue. And so I was talking to them. I'm like, hey, why have we not heard from the humanitarian commissioner about this proposal for the market? Because I'm here building. I'm not going to be here forever. And I need to be able to see what is going on. What can we do? And so they sent me a video proposal, 2 or 3 minute video. Luxury. They have, oh my gosh, it was a 200 and I think 80 million naira market. I said, which village, which town has such a market in Nigeria? Luxury. They even have Range Rovers and Ferraris in their diagram in this video with cement everywhere, floor, all this luxury type of stuff. I've said, I've never seen such a market. Who's going to build such a market for 280 million? And I said, no, I'm not going to partake in that. Absolutely not. If you want to build that with your own money, that's fine, but I'm not going to partake.
Okay, so beautiful. Now, at this time now, the market rebuilding, did you start the project on your own, or is it stalled at the moment?
No, the government said that they have a plan, so I'm letting the government do it. Now, that market has not been built to this day, nor has it begun, but that's them. They said they're going to do it, so I will allow them to do it.
Okay, there was another instance where you said the government required 1 billion naira for 66 homes, but you said that with that 1 billion naira, you could build 3,000 homes. Where did you get your own quotation from, different from the government? Where did you bring your materials from the United States of America, or did you buy them locally? How were you able to, cut costs and ensure that you build these houses? What's the magic that you put in there that probably the government doesn't know?
I'm the one who oversees all of our projects, all of the costs. On a day-to-day basis, I know everything that is going on and exactly what is being spent. I oversee the construction. That's why I was in Yellowater for multiple weeks. I know exactly what wood costs. I know what cement costs. I know what a daily laborer costs. I know what everything costs. But the reality is that what I will go and do, I do it as cheap as possible. That way we can impact as many people as possible. Whereas the government side of things, they haven't even been doing this type of work. And so if you see that it's $1 billion to build 66 homes, clearly you should know that something is wrong. Because for me, I think we're spending maybe 600,000 or 500,000 per bedroom. to build. And we're building with cement blocks or bricks, depending on what's available. And so when you do the math, paying $1 billion for 66 homes or whatever it was is absolutely outrageous. And any normal person you talk to knows that that is not the actual cost for what it is. And to this day, that project has not been finished. Nobody is living there. The grass is overgrown and the market still has not been built. And I was told not to build the market. And so I have acted off of what they told me. They said, don't build it. I'm not building it. But today that market is still not there.
Unfortunately, the market is still not there, according to Alex Babi. Now, Alex, I want us to talk about your exit from Nigeria. At some point, the government said that you were feeling violence in Nigeria and they had to expel you. But I read somewhere where you said, well, I left on my own volition. I was not expelled. Let us hear from you directly what transpired between you and the Nigerian government that led to your exit in Nigeria.
It began with Bashir Ahmad, the prior aide to the vice president. And then you had the other lady, I forget her name. I never had heard of her until I saw this video on TVC News. Both of these people had claimed that I was deported for inciting religious violence. And there's multiple things that we have to talk about here because they made some big claims. They claimed that I had directed Christians essentially to go and attack and that 2 Muslims were murdered because of what I said. When the reality is, in the video that I posted after the Palm Sunday attack, you see fire. That fire is where 2 Muslims were avenged by Christians because of the attack. I didn't know that as I even took the video. But in that attack, there was a keke that was burned, and there were 2 Muslims that were killed. And that's what the people told me after the fact. Yet they were saying that those people that died was because of me. They said that I incited religious violence. And I asked the question, tell me one statement, one video, one article, one anything that I have said or done that has directed violence in any type of way. The only thing that I have consistently said is that Christians should be able to defend themselves from terrorists. Christians should be able to defend themselves from those that would take their family's life, that would burn their villages. This is a right. At least it should be. In America, we have this right. If you come to my house, you'll be met with firepower because I have the right to defend myself. And this should be the right in Nigeria. According to the Constitution, it supposedly is. But in practicality, we aren't seeing this. And so if I'm telling Christians that they need to defend themselves, that they need to figure out how they can do this because they do not need to consistently be killed again and again and again. How is that inciting anybody to violence?
Okay, so Alex, you don't think that was inciting enough? If you ask Christians, to defend themselves against the people that are killing them, more like taking away the responsibility, to protect them from the government. That is what the government interpreted as inciting, So you don't see you don't see it as inciting or what?
No, I'm inciting them to defend themselves from terrorists. Inciting someone to violence is saying you need to go attack Muslims because they're going to attack you. That's incitement to violence. Never did I say that. Never would I say that. Nor do I agree with that. I don't agree that you should just start killing people because they're Muslim. Never. That's evil and it's wrong.
Okay, so
you should defend yourselves from people who are trying to take your life, though. Absolutely.
Okay, so under what circumstances did you leave Nigeria? Did you leave on your own? Because we hear that you were escorted to the airport by authorities and asked, waved you bye-bye, please don't come again. What actually happened?
It was Abiodun Esiet. She is the one who also took this to TVC News and directly lied from her anus about this. Because you can also go to my Instagram and see my screenshots and videos. I was on 2 shows that day, that evening. I was on News Central in Abuja, in the headquarters, multiple hours before my flight. I did a podcast with Ka Truth in Abuja at his house that same afternoon. And so you have to ask the question, if I was deported, who deported me? And do they deport people to news stations? Do they deport people to live podcasts? Because there's records of this. Those can't be argued. The live television is there. You can see it. You can see the recording. You can see the timestamps. You can see everything. Even more so, I had a round trip flight that was purchased before I went to Nigeria. I posted on my Instagram screenshots of multiple WhatsApp messages before I even came to Nigeria when I bought the flight telling them when I would be arriving and when I would be leaving. That way my partners know the plan of what's going on. I posted all of that in this video on social media. So at this point, you can't even argue it. I'm on live television. I post a screenshot of my round trip flight. I post screenshots of WhatsApp messages and the date and time of saying when I was going to be coming to Nigeria for this mission. And so it's a complete lie that they said this. And the reality is they're only doing this because they're trying to slander and defame me. They want people in Nigeria to come against me. And that is more so incitement to violence, because this lady went and claimed that there is a comparison between me and the Rwanda genocide.
Okay.
Talk about evil. What have I done that has anything to do with violence or evil outside of helping the very people who have no help at all?
Now, if you say what have you done, the government was very specific, and I'm happy that you made reference to it. They said that in a particular event in Plateau State, that after your statement, that 2 Muslims were killed. That is the basis that the government said that you were inciting people.
And that was a lie because they were already dead. They were already dead in the video.
They were already dead before you even made the comments.
They were already dead before I even arrived.
Okay, before you even arrived, the scene.
When I came to the Palm Sunday Massacre event where it took place, there was a fire in the middle of the road. That fire is where the Christians had revenged 2 Muslims in Akeke, innocent bystanders. They had nothing to do with the attack. But because Christians were angry, they revenged. That fire is where the 2 were killed. That's what the local people told me. And that's what I've said for like 2 months, 3 months now. Yet they want to change the story and the narrative because they want to push this fact and try to make it seem as if I'm trying to get people to stir up some type of war. Because if they do that, they're going to have a basis for getting me out of Nigeria, or they're going to stir up people to possibly take action against me and kill me. And right now, there's a bounty on my head in Nigeria. There are people who want me dead. And it's a direct result of how these 2 people have went and factually lied, deliberately lied against me, because I am telling the truth and I'm helping people. And the truth is against the narrative of what the government and many people want to happen in Nigeria.
Now, Alex, you have said something that is very weighty, that there's a bounty on your head, that there are people that want you dead in Nigeria. How do you know about that?
I have people in Nigeria and security forces that have this intel. I mean, it's not hard when you have people who post videos and make comments on a daily basis about me and about killing me and saying, come back to Nigeria and you'll be dead.
Okay, so
this is like this
so
happens all the time. You can go look at comments on my videos.
You have Nigerian intelligence people that are giving you information about what the Nigerian
that's not what I'm
government
saying.
was.
I'm saying that there are people in Nigeria who have heard the reports of what is happening because of me speaking truth about the Fulani that are killing Christians and the terrorists that are murdering people all across Nigeria. And when truth is told, people don't like it. People want that to be done with. That's why Kanu is in prison.
All right. Now, when you ask people in government about Alex Berby, they said, well, if he says he wasn't expelled, let him try and come back to Nigeria. Have you made any attempt to come back since you left Nigeria? Have you?
Right now, the tension is too high. And so from my people that I've talked to, they have told me that it's not worth it. And that if I were to come back, the risk is too much right now.
Okay, the risk is too much, but your work is ongoing.
That's what I've been told.
The work you
and
do
so,
is
sometimes you have to use wisdom and discernment to figure out what you should do and what you should not do. And so that was the opinion I've been given from multiple people. And so I'm trusting that for the time being.
Okay, so apparently your absence doesn't stall the work that you do for the Nigerian people.
Not at all.
It has not. The government has not stopped the projects. They have not said, please stop building or any of such things. They have not.
Nobody has told me to stop building. No.
Okay. Now, let's move on. You recently made an allegation about a certain $10 million that the Nigerian federal government is paying to lobbyists to show up their image in the United States of America. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so back in December, Rabadu, the NSA, him and a law firm in Kaduna directly hired a U.S. lobbying firm named DCI. The agreement was to pay them $9 million over the next year for them to push to the U.S. government, to tell the U.S. government that Nigeria is directly protecting Christians. This is a legal document they filed with the US government. You can find this online if you look it up. This is not something to just say. This is facts. This is what they filed and what they directly said to the US government, that they want them to lobby to the government to tell them Nigeria is protecting Christians. And they're going to pay $9 million to do that. And so you have to ask the question, if Nigeria is truly protecting Christians, which obviously is an issue to many Americans, why do they have to pay a lobbying group to tell the US government that they're protecting Christians if they're truly already doing it? This action of paying a lobbying group to say that exposes them for the reality that they're not doing it. That's why they have to pay them. If it was clear and apparent that Nigeria was doing everything they can to protect Christians across the Middle Belt, nobody would be doing anything. Nobody would be crying out. But the fact is that they are not.
Okay, now, don't you think that the federal government is doing this because what's going on in Nigeria has been framed around Christian genocide? And the government says, well, this is not Christian genocide. So we need to put it out there, using lobbyists, people that go to Congress and all of that, to Capitol to say, well, what is going on in Nigeria is certainly not Christian genocide. Nigerian government over time has said, we do admit that Nigerians are being killed, but framing it around Christian genocide, it's another thing altogether. And so they say, well, lobbyists, we need you to help us, to clear that down, that it's not Christian genocide. So is there anything wrong in government paying lobbyists to do that?
Absolutely, because you're lying. You're directly paying someone to tell someone something that is contrary to the evidence. Again, what I said earlier, in Plateau, Kaduna, Benue, Taraba, tell me how many Muslims and how many Fulani are being killed. Tell me. Because every single day I'm getting reports of the attacks. Again, just now, Mushere, 22 killed in Bokos. Every single day I'm seeing attacks in Rim, in Riom, in Barkinladi, in Jos South, in Kuru. I mean, just over the past week, I don't even have the brain to keep up with all the attacks that are happening and how many people are being killed.
Yeah, but people are killed in Borno State as well. And some of those people are also Muslims.
Agreed. Okay. Agreed. I'm not talking about Borno. I'm talking about where Christians are directly being targeted in the Middle Belt. Because Fulani and Muslims are not being killed, even though they live here. Muslims live in Barkinladi. Fulani live all across Plateau State. Tell me, how many Fulani villages have been burned? How many Muslims have been killed? How many Fulani have been killed? And compare that to all the Christians that have been killed. Compare that to all the villages that I have to rebuild because the government is failing to protect them from the terrorists. No, Tell me how many acres of land have been taken over by Fulani that the government has not gone and taken back for the Christians who originally are from there and live there. This is the truth.
Okay, that's the truth according to Alex Barbie. Well, the other people will say, well, this is not the truth. But in any case, I think Nigerians understand what's going on. Now, Alex, let's talk a bit about your personality because there's this argument, by the people in government, or not necessarily people in government, but people that are against the work that you do. Well, they said that you're a failed football player who is exploiting the Nigerian crisis to show up your popularity. How do you react to that?
It's unfortunate that people, they enjoy to lie. They enjoy to deceive. They have nothing actual credible to speak. They don't have intelligence and knowledge.
But you played football.
I left football in 2021. I did real estate for about a year and a half. I left real estate in the middle of 2023 to begin this ministry called Building Zion. I then began doing work in Nicaragua in August of 2023. And then I started doing work within Africa in the beginning of 24. And so I had a call because I wanted to help people in the world that did not know Jesus. And I could use construction to tangibly help people. And so that's what I did. And so people just like to say things just to try to get engagement, to push stories. But at the end of the day, there's no real intelligence. There's nothing to even respond to because people just have nothing else to talk about. Again, while they talk on media, spew lies, deceive people, I'm rebuilding villages, I'm drilling water wells, I'm building schools, I'm building churches, I'm building clinics. And so they can speak all they want, but I don't care. That's just talk.
Okay, now some people that are also people that look at Alex Barbie and say, well, they allege that you belong to a group called the ETF, the Equipping the Persecuted, founded by Jude Sword. You know Jude Sword himself, who is a
I know
flamboyant
Judd, yes, he's my friend.
Islamophobe, that he hates Muslims. What's your relationship with that group?
Yeah, so Equipping the Persecuted, they help some financially to rebuild. So, for example, the second phase of Yawara, the rebuilding of those homes in Yawara, Equipping the Persecuted directly funded. Because I didn't have the money to do that. So, I mean, I'm not a big organization. I'm not like the UN who have billions and billions of dollars. Like I'm trying to fundraise everything that we are doing in Nigeria and other countries. I'm not a big organization. And so when Equipping the Persecuted came across me and what I was doing in Nigeria, they wanted to help rebuilding, but they didn't have the infrastructure to do that. But they had some extra funding they could give to rebuild. And so that's what they did. And so I have a good relationship with Judge Saul. They're helping a lot of people. They're providing different resources in Nigeria and helping people that are, the victims of attacks. They're giving aid. They're doing all these types of things. And so I don't know what people's issue is with Equipping the Persecuted or Judd. The
issue is not necessarily the issue is not necessarily with the work that ETF does. Yeah. The issue is with Judge Saul, who they said that is an Islamophobe, that he hates Muslims, and that you are closely aligned with him. How
can I say this? Anytime you speak out against what Muslims do, maybe what the Quran says, the Hadith says, the immediate response from Muslims is that you're Islamophobic, is that you hate Muslims and you're blasphemous and this and that. Why is it always that if you ever say anything about a Muslim, you're immediately deemed to be like an infidel? You can criticize Jesus all you want. You can tell me that he can lick your feet. He can do whatever, that you don't believe in him. He's a false this, false that, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Do I agree with that? No. Am I going to kill you or try to do anything because of it or claim this and that? No, I'm not. I mean, this is why Deborah was stoned and had tires put around her and burned, because she asked the question, why are we talking about Islam in a group chat about school and education in our exams? She was happy that she did well in the exam. And then she was accused of blasphemy and murdered brutally by Muslims. Where is the justice for her? Where is the condemnation from the greater Islamic community in Nigeria? Have any of those people been brought to justice today? No. And so because you simply just say something, or you say truth, or you speak about the Quran, or you speak about the Hadith, or you ask questions, that doesn't make you Islamophobic. That doesn't make you hate Muslims. I do not hate Muslims, but I do hate a lot of the Islamic doctrine because I believe it is evil. It's evil to have slaves. It's evil to call for violence. It's evil to have 11 wives. It's evil to go and marry a 6-year-old girl. These things are evil and I dislike them, but I do not hate Muslims.
Okay, now, Alex, in other places that you have worked, you mentioned Sudan, Nicaragua, and all of that. Do you get this kind of reactions, in terms of religious divisions and all of that? When you say something about Christians, it's cool, but when you say it against the other group, it's well, no, that's not the way to go. Is it only in Nigeria that you experience it, or is it a global thing?
Yes. It's only in Nigeria.
It's only in
Nigeria. And the reason is because nowhere else in the world do you have Christians being slaughtered on a daily basis. And then you have the country that is split relatively half Muslim, half Christian. And many of the Muslims are not fighting against the terrorism and speaking out against and establishing justice. There are people that are complicit, government that is complicit. People are not actually protecting Christians. They're allowing people to be killed, allowing people to be kidnapped. And so you don't even need this type of speaking out in other places. Like when I went and did work in Kenya, there was no speaking out to do. We went to villages, we went to tribes, the Turkana tribe, Maasai tribe. We helped build churches, whatever it is, reach people with the gospel. There's nothing for me to say or to do. And Sudan is 99% Islamic, and it's Muslim versus Muslim. It's one group versus another group. It's non-Arab versus Arab descent. It's all evil, and so there's nothing for me to do there. But in Nigeria, where you have a 50-50 split of the country, and you have a lot of people that are complicit with terrorists and doctrines within Islam that allow for people to be beheaded, that allow for people to be killed if they leave Islam, that
ridicules people and threatens people if you ask questions about Islam or ask questions about Muhammad or say anything about the Hadith or Quran. I mean, it's a different world in Nigeria than I've ever experienced.
Here in Nigeria, unfortunately. Now,
Honestly,
Alex,
it's a different world in Nigeria.
One more thing. There's this allegation, too, that you belong to a group called the Blackwater Academy. You're aware, a private military contractor, that committed war crimes in Iraq, including the infamous the Soul Square massacre that killed 17
Which source? Which source did this come from?
No, but do you know...
Was there a source anywhere?
No, do you know Blackwater?
Was there any evidence?
Do you know Blackwater? They said, well, I could put up a picture of you holding something that looks like...
put it up.
No, but do you know Blackwater?
I've heard of Blackwater, yes. Do I know anybody for Blackwater? No, but I do know I've heard of Blackwater.
Okay, but have you seen the picture that I talked about, where you holding a gun in support of Blackwater or Academy? Have you
holding
seen that
a gun in support of Blackwater? No, I've never heard of such a picture.
You've never seen or you've never heard such a picture?
Me holding a gun, yes. I've been holding a gun since I was a kid.
Okay, real
this
gun.
This is America.
No, real gun. Okay, this is you.
Yes,
this is you.
This is
holding
America. You're allowed to have guns. You're allowed to shoot. You're allowed to practice. This was in America where I went and trained and I practiced metal targets. This is one of my friends. What's the issue with that? In America, we have freedom. In Nigeria, there's no freedom.
Okay, so at this point, you're not a member of the Blackwater or the Academy. You were not.
No. Since when does if you hold a gun, you're a member of special forces in Blackwater? I know in Nigeria, there's no freedom to be able to defend yourself. So when you see someone with a gun, you think terrorist because you see terrorists every day. In America, you have more guns than you do have people. Okay, everybody shoots, goes to the range, trains, does this and that, and that's exactly what I did.
Okay, but Alex, do you know Blackwater? You know Blackwater?
I know Blackwater, yes. I've heard of them. I don't know them, but I've heard of them, yes.
Okay, so you are not a member. No. Okay.
So where is there any evidence or anything of being involved with Blackwater? Nobody will produce anything for you.
Okay.
It's just rumors. Again, people are trying to slander to try to frame me in a certain way, but they're not going to succeed because at the end of the day, only truth will stand and only facts will stand. And so if you have facts or truth about supposedly being an operator for Blackwater or ISIS, training ISIS, you can show me the evidence, but otherwise you can hold it to yourself.
All right. No, well, it's out there. Nigerian newspaper did make that allegation that you're a member of Blackwater and that you were seen, holding guns in support of people that were with when they had operations in somewhere in Iraq. Anyway, now we are coasting home, Alex. Having been here, what prescriptions do you have for solving the problem of insecurity in Nigeria? Looking at it from an architectonic stance, I mean, you are outside.
Yeah.
You see, you have an overview of, what you understand that is happening in Nigeria. What prescriptions do you have, in ways, more like tracks you think that the government can use in solving the problem? Apparently, you are against rehabilitation, the radicalization and reintegration of terrorists. What else can the Nigerian people do to solve this problem?
Yeah, it is a extremely difficult and dynamic issue. It is not this is the one clear, very easy solution. Let's do it. Unfortunately, that's not the case in Nigeria. But I think there's two primary things at play. One, you have a greater Islamic agenda in Nigeria that Nigeria would be an Islamic state. Two, you have a government that is complicit in what is happening in Nigeria regarding the killing, the kidnapping, the burning, and they are not taking real, tangible action to end it. What we have to look at is how many attacks has the Nigerian military prevented? How many acres of land that have been stolen and taken over by terrorists has the Nigerian military gone and recovered and returned back to the people that it was stolen from? How many lives are being saved? Every day I'm seeing people killed in every region of Nigeria. Attack. And I want to go back to RIM, R-I-M, in Plateau State. I tell you, over the past 2 months, RIM has to have been attacked at least 6 times. And so if you know one specific place, and this is not all the way in Sambisa, deep in a forest. This is in Jos South. This is in Riom area. If this place can be attacked again and again and again and again and again and again, and we know terrorists are operating nearby, we know this place is being targeted, where is the military to stop it? They're not there. And this shows you the truth. Again, anybody I talk to, I say that you will know them by their fruit. This is a biblical principle. You will know those who truly follow Christ by their fruit. And in the same way, you are going to know the fruit of the government by their actions. And RIM and all these attacks that continue to happen, and the government is not preventing it and not actually addressing it. For how long will the Oyo children be in the forest? For how long will the Waro people be in the forest? For how long will Ngoshe be in the forest? Is the government and the military completely incapable of handling terrorism in Nigeria from every state? Is it really that difficult to have drones that have thermal capabilities to fly them over, locate where you have 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 people in a field or in a bush with a bunch of motorcycles, and then to go swarm them and bring all of your military and go rescue them? Is it that difficult?
Okay.
Why can't they do that?
Why can't they do that? Now, Alex, finally, what's your take on the intervention of the United States of America in the Nigerian crisis? You recall that on 25th December, guns went ablazing in parts of Sokoto State. Trump said, well, we are coming to Nigeria to stop all of that. What's your reaction to that? Is it welcome? What do you think is coming to Nigeria in terms of American involvement?
I personally welcome it, because if the Nigerian government is not going to protect the lives of innocent people, someone needs to do that, because America is positioned to where it is a power in the world, arguably the greatest power, the most prosperous, the most powerful country in the world. And so America does things surpass its responsibilities. Each country is responsible for itself. Agreed, 100%. But when a country is failing to protect its own citizens for decades and allowing people to be killed with no justice, then something needs to happen. And so I welcome Trump to drop bombs. I welcome Trump to go and rescue people, to go and destroy all the terrorists. It's not that difficult to find out terrorist hideouts where you have hundreds of terrorists and motorcycles and compounds. It's not that hard. The technology is out there. It's been out there for a long time, but it's a matter of willpower.
Okay.
And so I would love to see the U.S. do more.
All right.
I'm glad he's dropped bombs and killed terrorists. I love that. I'm very happy for that. I want more. I hope that the Nigerian government can collaborate with those who also want to end it. But the reality is, terrorism is not going to end in Nigeria unless the government wants to end it. It doesn't matter how much money they get or how many bombs they're given.
All right, then this will be a good place to end this conversation. We are out of time. And I must say a very big thank you to you, Alex Barbie, for joining this program. I do appreciate it, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, and God bless you. God bless Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much. Now, this is where we have to end it. We were speaking with Alex Barbie, a U.S. missionary who has been helping rebuild homes here in Nigeria, homes in devastated, and people that were driven away from their homes and all of that. But he's run into troubled waters with the Nigerian government. But according to him, his work has not stopped. Well, we wish to have him here some other time to tell us how much he's doing and how far he's going with his work. Well, on behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndemduto. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
in a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fithian Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode on the issues on Voice of the People Television. I'll bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from opposition parties crying foul over Ekiti governorship election to Peter Obi demanding Tinubu's resignation over security crisis. Also, Southeast Forum criticizes Obi's defamation suit against Kenneth Okonkwo. And finally, IPOB allegedly suspends Nnamdi Kanu over unguarded utterances. Join us as we break down the fact and provide you context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, bring you details of these stories. So stay with us. Back, let's dive straight into what we have for you today. Opposition parties have faulted the conduct of Saturday's governorship election in Ekiti State, alleging widespread vote buying, ballot irregularities, and administrative lapses by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). Also, Yaga Africa, in its report, estimated voter turnout between 34 and 38%, suggesting a high level of voter apathy. Meanwhile, APC's Biodun Yebanji has been declared winner by INEC as he won with 319,224 votes, sweeping all 16 local government areas. Following his re-election, the governor described his win as a vote of confidence in Tinubu's reforms, while taking a swipe at critics, pointing out that social media commentary does not translate into votes. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. So Peter Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and also a best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book, Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Also join us virtually, we have Dr. Dennis Ekemezie. He is a former vice chairman of the Governing Council, the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. He's also a public affairs analyst. I'm glad to have you join us, sir. He will get to join us later on in the show. Let me come to you first. Ekiti election was held on Saturday. And I know I don't want to say what you said, but what's your thoughts on how the election was conducted generally?
Well, it was conducted the way most Nigerians expected it.
How did Nigerians expect it to be conducted?
Fraudulent. Understand? It was not fair. It was not credible. It cannot pass integrity test. Understand me? The election was not fair, was not credible. It cannot pass international standard. Understand? So, for me, it was conducted the way we know that the election will be conducted. And it is already, we already know the result of the election before the first ballot was casted. Understand? So I wasn't surprised at all. I was not surprised. The only thing that I can say that I'm a bit worried is that they gave themselves 85%. I was expecting them giving themselves 100%.
So why are you worried about that?
No, because they act with recklessness and impunity. Understand me? So they just gave themselves 85 instead of giving themselves 100. So the election went the way most Nigerians expected it.
You know, one of the things that Yaga Africa talked about, and that's what, of course, that's what we saw during the election. Many persons didn't come out for this election. When you look at it, voters turnout, you know, it didn't even cross 35%. Should politicians actually celebrate victory, or should they actually worry that, should they worry about voter apathy really?
One, when election was militarized, you expect a voter apathy, because all the DIGs, all the AIGs, all the commissioners of police, all of them were sent to Ekiti. Understand me? All the DIGs, all the AIGs, all the commissioners were sent to Ekiti. We heard that the leader of the Senate came there. I say we heard with Ghana must go filled with Naira notes, and they were sharing money. Understand me? And they were sharing money, and the police, EFCC, did nothing about it. So imagine if it was Desmond Peters or Bejide, that's ADC governorship candidate that has come there with a Ghana must go filled with money. Police would have picked him up immediately. So did you hear of anybody that was arrested? We saw a video of where the people were chasing EFCC people out so that they will not take videos of where money was being shared. Chasing EFCC men out so that they will not take picture of where money was being shared. So for me, Ekiti election was not credible, was not fair. Even before the election, opposition parties were not allowed to campaign. Their billboards, their posters were being removed. Understand me? So there was no level and playing field for all the candidates.
So is it the level playing field that you would actually say is the reason, aside from voter apathy, which is one of the reasons that we had? Because when you look at the margin from the person who won, the margin he used to win is a lot to the second runner or the first runner up. When you look at that, are you saying it's because, would you say rather, because they were not given a level playing ground? That's why
the election was rigged even before the day of the election. Understand me? The election was rigged even before the day of the election. One of the reasons of voter apathy is that they know that their votes will not count. They already know that their votes will not count. So the mindset is, why should I go and waste my time since my vote will not cast? Since my vote will not count. So that's one of the reasons of voter apathy. Understand? Knowing that their votes will not count. Number two, when everywhere is militarized, which means coming out is a risk. Understand me? Number three, when there's no level playing field for all the candidates. Understand? You are not free. Put your billboard today, before tomorrow morning, they will remove it. Put your posters today, and tomorrow morning, they will tear it. You saw a video of a lady that was celebrating that she was given 15,000 naira. She was saying APCM for life, APCM for life, without knowing that her destiny, her future just worth 15,000 naira.
But you know, when you see all this kind of situation, especially when you talk about the EFCC officials who are being chased away, would you say, would you attribute this to actually the level of poverty that is in the land? Because, you know, you just wonder, like you said, 15,000 naira is that's how much
It's her what?
Her what?
It's
you know?
her what?
But is that
She should be ashamed of
is it the level
herself.
of poverty?
It's the level of poverty because the government has weaponized poverty. The federal government has weaponized poverty. That's why they were throwing bread out of their campaign bus, and Nigerians are rushing to pick bread like monkeys. Like monkeys. Nigerians were rushing to pick bread being thrown at them the way you throw banana at monkeys. They don't even have that decorum just to pack bus, understand, and now begin to hand over the bread. They were just throwing it as if they are throwing it to the dogs. So that shows you the degree of poverty in the country. Since I was born, I've never seen in any election except under the Tinubu administration that bread are being thrown at people from a moving vehicle. So you can see that those people are so impoverished that they don't even have any iota of dignity again. And that's why they can be rushing for bread being thrown at them.
They don't have any iota of dignity anymore. But wait, but if citizens sell their votes, really, do they have any moral justification to demand, good governance from their
Because the
leaders?
government has intentionally, deliberately impoverished them. Because the federal government has deliberately, intentionally rendered them useless. That's why they can be chasing after a boss that is throwing bread at them. When Tinubu was campaigning, he said that he's going to increase the tax net and reduce the purchasing power. Understand me? Thereby making our naira like the Zimbabwean naira dollar 10 years ago. When you will carry a battlefield of Ugandan Zimbabwean currency to the market and come back with a polythene bag. Understand me? So he has made our naira useless. He cannot buy anything more. So there's no more alternative. A hungry man does not care about dignity. A hungry man does not care about self-respect. That's what you saw in Ekiti.
A hungry man doesn't care about self-respect. But honestly, when you look at it, really, these are democracy. Yes, we're practicing democracy. What's more dangerous to it? Is it election rigging or the indifference that we see in our voters? Which is worse for our democracy, really?
One, indifference simply means resigning to fate. Understand me? We don't have any confidence in this government. Let them do whatever they want. That's what indifference means. Understand me? Our hope has been messed up. Understand? So, and that's also one of the reasons of voter apathy. That's one of the main reasons of voter apathy. So it's very, very unfortunate.
Okay, let's our virtual guest is in. Glad to have you join us, Dr. Dennis.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And good evening.
Good evening. Of course, we're discussing the Ekiti State governorship election that happened on Saturday. What's your take on it? What's your take on the overall conduct of that election, the part of INEC, even part of the voters themselves?
Well, thank you very much. The election has come and gone too, and it's for people to appraise what has actually happened, as you said, and then be able to chart the way forward. It's a clear indication of situation on the ground that people are no longer happy with the system. What I mean by the system is the system of governance in this country. promise and fail, as people normally say. In my loan language, they will say, Kuchasin is not Mechasin. You talk, and you will not do. So it's no longer talk and do. So, and that is about what is manifesting. And the signal to 2027 election. How do you expect more people to come out where there's insecurity? Children being kidnapped in schools, murder everywhere. How do you expect people to be happy with the democracy? And that is what is going, what an indication that things are no longer at ease. Things are falling apart. And that is what at times I call democracy in action. My Oga Fela will say, democracy. We are now in democracy. And you know what it means. On the side of the electorate, you can see is an apt rejection of the system. It's an apt rejection of the system. Vote of no confidence. People can no longer trust the government. And that is what it is. Of course, you know that INEC chairman is being questioned. His ability, capability, and his even integrity of taking sides. And this is part of what is manifesting. You know that some people are calling for his resignation. How can such a person man such an office? That's what most people are saying. On the side of what again? I've mentioned this INEC trust.
Okay.
It has the trust leakages, of course, you know, and then people also will not trust government. So we need an overhaul of the system. It's a clear indication on what is going to happen in 2027. Government should, as a matter of urgency, address security situation in the country for people to have confidence in them. We're not talking about the high cost of living. Of course, you know, some people will take a transport to that place, no matter whatever you give them. Whether PTNs, whether gari, whether rice, whether bread. I saw somewhere bread is being thrown to the people. Thrown, not even given. You know the difference? Giving and being thrown. Is it not an insult on the reputation of the people and the government too, and the people throwing it? So Nigerians, please, the prayers we are praying, are they being answered?
Okay. Let me come in here,
That
Doctor.
is the question.
Okay. Dr. Kemeze, let me come in here. So, you know, while you're speaking, you made mention of it shows vote of no confidence in the present government. But the winner of the election, who is the governor, he of course he's the governor and he's still the governor, or he was the governor and he's still the governor. He actually said that this election, this landslide victory of his, it as a result of, it shows rather a vote of confidence in Tinubu's reforms. What do you make of that statement?
I hope you still remember the adage that nobody, a sane person can never say that the soup is more than cooked. It's not sweet. I hope you know that. I hope you know that.
Go ahead.
That is the situation. That is the situation. They will tell you, yes, they have done so well. But what is the reality on the ground? I think that is the point. The reality of the ground shows that people are fed up with the system. So whether no matter whatever they are saying, they have the right to say it because it's a democracy. We should be given the opportunity to say whatever they want to say. But people are reacting. People are responding. Let me remove reacting because it's negative. People are responding vehemently to what they are doing. I think that is the situation on the ground.
Okay,
democracy is for people to speak out. People have spoken.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. I can hear you.
I said people have spoken. It's a clear indication of people being disgusted with the system. So if he comes the next time, by the time he will be sworn in, let him do a change. We have seen democracy. We have seen governance. I don't think people are happy with what is the present situation in the country. So that's my take.
Okay,
there.
okay. Let's look at how INEC performed really. I know you spoke a bit about the integrity of the INEC chairman, But when during the election on Saturday, we saw that some of the beavers were faulty. We saw issues with things like administrative issues generally. Even the number of voters was not even properly ascertained. Before the election, we were told over 1 million voters. And then on the day of the election and afterwards, we saw 900 and something and all of that, 1,000 people. So when you look at all of that, beavers were malfunctioning and, but how does that show? It's election that's come and gone. But really, what does that speak to INEC's preparedness towards even the 2027 elections that everyone is looking forward to? If just 16 local government areas, a state that has just 16 local government areas, they couldn't do their best to ensure that that election was fair and free and credible, what happens for a 2027 elections which has 36 states in the country?
As I said earlier, is an indication of what is going to happen in 2027. Whether I give INEC 10 years, I don't think they will be prepared to do something good. I don't think, from what we have seen. Administrative lapses, are we the people who caused it? Inappropriateness of readiness of the umpire. Starting, some people will say from top to bottom. Is a national malady. Let me use that word. Well, INEC chairman and his team, they still have time to amend. Because other elections, I think another election, offline elections are coming for them to do what? Yes, Anambra, they said they did very well. Well, we gave them that credit. But let them do better than they did in Anambra, and now they have done worse. Are they going backward? Or are they going forward? That is the question. You can now see that they're moving backward. Why instead of forward ever? They're now doing backward forever.
Okay.
So the chairman and his team should buckle up and redeem their image, which is at stake.
Okay. You're saying that the INEC chairman should actually buckle up and ensure that he does the right thing. I'll come back to you. Let me come back. Yeah, that's what you said. Let me come back to. Yes, thank you. I'll come back to you. Let me come back to Dr. Anosike. Dr. Anosike, can you speak on this particular issue? The way INEC, as in what the lapses that were experienced as a result of during the election, as a result of INEC's ill preparedness, if I could use that word.
You think it is ill preparedness? It is deliberate. It is intentional. And mind you, about 2 weeks ago, Tinubu said he cannot guarantee free fair election. You heard it. Tinubu says so. Google it, you see, that he cannot guarantee free fair election in 2027. So what is happening now is deliberate. It is intentional. The lapses is what they are capitalizing on to do what they are doing. Because if everything functions well, understand, they cannot manipulate the election. Understand? So this lapses that they are deliberately creating is to help them to manipulate things. So I keep on telling people, don't think that the system is broken. The system is not broken. It is the way it is structured to work. It is the way they structure it to work. Understand? And that gives them room to do their manipulations. It gives them room to do their manipulations. In every election, time is important. So when they bring beavers that take 1 hour to start working, 1 hour is gone. They cannot extend their accreditation time and their voting time, especially where they know that they will not win. So don't think that it is a network issue. No, that's how they want it to work. And that helps them to manipulate the process and the main election.
Let's look at what the governor said. He actually criticized social media critics, and he said election is not won in social media or on the streets of social
Election
media.
is won by election is won by throwing bread at the people. Election is won by throwing bread at people in a moving bus. Even Myanmar, which I can say is the hungriest country in the world, I've not seen bread being thrown at the citizens from a moving bus. Even Myanmar, I've not seen such a thing. Understand? So again, don't think that it is a broken system. The government deliberately weaponize poverty to make that impossible. When people will be rejoicing that they scrambled for a bread and they were happy, raising their hands up that they have picked a bread from a moving bus. Even Sudan, Congo, that are currently at war, that thing can never happen in those countries. And it's not a broken system. It is the way they designed it to work.
But Otanosike, how can we actually move away from this issue of vote buying? Because this vote buying has become like a menace in our society when it comes to election.
For me, just like I told you, a hungry man, understand, is in a panic mood. And somebody in a panic mood don't bother about integrity, don't bother about self-respect. So as long as the people that are hungry, whatever you throw at them, they will take. The whole thing is, let me survive. Just like the Bible says, give us this day. Tomorrow is not important. Understand? Just like the lady that was celebrating that APC gave her 15,000 naira. Her concern is today. Understand? She doesn't want to care what will happen tomorrow. So that's what this APC government has led the Nigerian masses into. That you always be at a survival mode. And when you are at a survival mode, you don't think of dignity, you don't think of integrity, you don't think of self-respect.
Oh, okay, thank you. Let's move on to our next conversation. NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi has called on President Bola Tinubu to resign, describing the administration's handling of insecurity as a monumental failure. In a statement on Monday, Obi argues at a worsening wave of kidnappings, killings, and violent attacks across many parts of the country demonstrates an inability of government to fulfill its primary responsibility of protecting lives and property. Obi recalled how in 2015, Tinubu called for the resignation of former President Goodluck Jonathan over economic hardship and insecurity affecting Nigerians. Obi further stated that things have become worse than they were, that the president's resignation would help enthrone a political culture rooted in accountability and responsibility rather than further entrench impunity. Let me come to you first, Dr. Kemezie. Obi has called for the resignation of the president. Of course, one of the reasons he actually is bringing this up, yes, many of us have been calling for the resignation. We see the minority caucus in the House of Representatives called for the president's resignation last week. But one of the reasons Obi is saying this really on the backdrop of this resignation by Kestama, who just who announced his resignation. We see someone, or one would say this is someone who is, we're probably a saner climb where something is not working, it's not working, and you just tell yourself, okay, this is not working, I can't do this, let me resign. What we see in Nigeria, if despite the fact that things might not be working as it should, we still see our leaders still sit put on the seat. And now I'll be saying the president should resign. What do you make of this?
Well, as a political science, a political activist, it would be wrong for him to resign. Of course, he will never resign. My take is that we should allow him, let him finish the remaining 11 months. 11 months. Then people have the right to do what? To do the right thing. Of course, you know, if an election will be free and fair. The question is, how did he come in? How did he come in? Is it by full ballot or by the court? Of course, he said go to court because he knew that if you go to court, he will win the case. That is an underlying factor. It's impossible for him to resign. So there's no need telling him to resign because he's not going to resign. Rather, we mobilize the people. Of course, you know also that some of the people who are mobilizing the activists are now being, some of them are being detained. So there's an imbalance in the system. Political equilibrium is no longer there. And then trust deficit encroached. So for me, people should be conscious of the situation. People should now rise up. It's not by throwing the way they did in Ekiti. No, you should come out properly and vote if the election will be free and fair. And that is the question. My brother said he promised that the election he cannot guarantee. The sitting president should guarantee. He should give people the opportunity of a vote of confidence in himself. And that is it. He should himself pronounce himself confident. I will give you. And then, you know, garbage in, garbage out. Of course, what you wish to the people will now come back to you. Of course, you know what happened to Jonathan. And it's now time to pay back. You can't cheat nature. It's natural. And a lot of karma is always there. I think that is the situation he's facing. And where are these pastors and what do you call it, GOCs? What are they saying? Of course, though one of them has said something by yesterday or the day before yesterday. But one of them should come out now and start mobilizing people. Is it not hardship? Are people happy? What is the cost of petrol? What is the cost of cooking gas? I'm asking you, my sister. When did you buy last?
It's not my place to respond to your question, but of course, I understand what you're driving at.
2,400. Eh? Yes, cooking gas. What of charcoal for the poor people? Of course, have you ever seen kerosene again? And that's why people are now going buying this rechargeable lamp by, what do you call it, by solar. So people are taking other measures to survive. And as my brother said, survival strategy. In a jungle, you alone fight for yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Kemeze. Dr. Nosike, you know, when you look at it really, well, you know, he said the president cannot resign. But even if you look at, even if the president resigns today, is there any guarantee that would really get someone who will be a successor that would actually perform better, really?
Bible said, with what you measured, we measured unto you. Understand? In 2014, November 4, he called on Tinubu called said that President Goodluck Jonathan should resign. Understand? For failing in the area of insecurity. Understand? At that 2014-2015, Nigeria economy was #1 in Africa. And today we're almost #5. At 2014-2015, we have a $500 billion economy. But today, we have $236 billion economy. So you can see the damage that APC government had done to our economy. So Tinubu then called on Jonathan, and he mentioned insecurity, that he had failed in the area of insecurity. He did not say economy. But right now, Tinubu has failed woefully in the area of insecurity and in the area of economy. That's double jeopardy. So, if he can call Jonathan then to resign because of insecurity, because Jonathan was failing on one side, but Tinubu has failed on two sides, what is he still doing in the office? Understand me? So even though he will not resign, but let it be on the marble that when this government failed, not failing, understand? They say it has failed. That when this government failed, somebody asked Tinubu to resign. Understand me? That somebody asked Tinubu to resign because Nigeria is going on the wrong direction. Therefore, step down. Let somebody who will reverse it to the right direction come on board. Understand? He is more than power hungry, so he's not going to resign. But P2B has said it. Understand me? And 100 years to come, it will be on record that when this government failed, everybody did not keep quiet. Somebody asked him to step down. So that's the importance of that statement.
Not necessarily because
not
necessarily because we know he's going to do.
Allow him there. He will want to become another Paul Biya.
Why do you say so, Doctor?
And now Tinubu,
how would he resign when he said
he in office till 100 years?
You know, he said he wants to repeat a class that he has failed.
I didn't get that.
He said he would want to repeat a class that he has failed. The person who fails in a class repeats. And if you know a degree, if you fail and repeat a degree, you just get a pass. So he's waiting for his to repeat, which Nigerians will say, don't repeat.
Okay.
I think that is it.
But when we look at this, really, the current hardship that we're facing in this country, is it really a result of Tinubu's policies or accumulated, or decades rather, of accumulated failures? Or years of accumulated failures? I'm asking you, Dr. Kemeze.
Which accumulation? Is it primitive accumulation or suffering accumulation? Of course, he planted a Buhari so that he will replace him. Of course, you know that he said that he will continue where Buhari stopped. I hope you heard that. So he's continuing the continuation of the policies of Buhari, magnified in his own system. I think that is it. It's not whether it's accumulated or not accumulated. Well, in the world over, there is a problem, but our own is a hyper. I think that's what we are saying. And for me, he said it's his own turn to punish us. Well, God there, poor man's prayer.
So there's no issue of accumulated whatever. 2015, Nigeria is #1 economy in Africa. We had $500 billion economy. And somebody came and took it down to 200 and something. You are saying it's accumulated. Understand me? So the funding started in 2015 when Tinubu and Buhari came on board. Understand?
Tinubu and
Buhari came on board. Tinubu said he succeeded himself. That's what he said. So 2015, Buhari and Tinubu came on board, and that was when our economy began to fall. Understand? Instead of you inherited something that's 500 billion, you are supposed to take it to 600, 700 billion. But you brought it down to half of it. Understand? So Nigeria problem started under APC government.
Okay. But before we move to our next topic, opposition parties really, are they doing enough to actually hold this government accountable?
They are doing what they are supposed to do. Understand me? So we shouldn't expect opposition parties that to go and be carrying AK-47 up and down. Understand me? What they are doing is putting government on its toes, creating awareness, just like P2B telling Tinubu to resign because he had failed. That is what opposition parties are supposed to do, not to be violent. Understand me? Not to be violent, not to embark on destruction of infrastructure. So opposition parties are doing what they are supposed to do. But you also know that APC has a different branches. Police branch, INEC branch, religious branch, and so on and so forth. Understand me? So the opposition parties has a lot of battle that they are contending with. Understand me? They have a lot of. One day I read one pastor, even though he's a shoe shiner. If you will not vote for Tinubu, don't come to my church. I asked, are you sharing dollars in your church? Understand me? Are you sharing money in your church? After all, you have no handwork. Pastoral is your handwork, which means your members are your business. Understand? It is through your members that you are making money. Peter was a fisherman. Paul was a tent maker. What is he? Nothing. Understand me? If you will not vote for Tinubu, don't come to my church. Imagine. So for me, the opposition are doing what they're supposed to do, which is creating awareness. Understand me? And exposing the ills of the government. Understand me? So that's what opposition parties are supposed to do, and not to be going and not we no go agree, we no go agree.
Okay, let's quickly, we are almost out of time, but let's quickly look at the story that when I saw it, when I saw this particular story, I thought of you, Dr. Anosike, and I wondered what you were going to say about it. It's the story on IPOB. Of course, it has generated significant reactions. Even Ohaneze has actually spoken as a result of this. And,
Which Ohaneze?
Ohaneze, yes, I saw him say,
Ohaneze. Which Ohaneze?
Are they different Ohaneze?
They are in the.
And where is the Oha?
Okay, well, let me even say what I want to say. But I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. The indefinite suspension of the leader of its leader, of IPOB leader, Nnamdi Kanu. And when I saw it, I was shocked at first. I was like, IPOB suspending Nnamdi Kanu. How would that? So now you're saying, Ohaneze is saying that Nnamdi Kanu has not been suspended. Now you're saying which Ohaneze? Are they not saying? Are they not speaking for Nnamdi Kanu?
Yes. So it's IPOB now. That's an arm of Ohaneze.
But I don't know.
So for me, the issue is this: is people who doesn't understand how these things work.
Okay. Understand
me? It's just like saying you have suspended Donald Trump from MAGA movement.
Exactly. Somebody who is the person that owns the.
So this is just there people who want to be noticed. If you are watching, Imapa Wafo has counted that.
Yes, I know that. As I said, I counter reactions to it.
So it doesn't make any meaning.
But why would they even come up in the first place? That is what I'm going to. Like, why
they say in every 12 there must be a Judas. So whoever
go and study. What do you call it?
Dr. Kebese, you want to say something about this? Yes, go ahead.
Go and study Hitler's propaganda machinery and see the work of propaganda. I think that's where they're going. Is it a part of giving a dog a bad name? Is it the person that is languishing in jail that he want now to give him another headache? Please, we should always avoid this negative propaganda from the, what do you call it, from the ruling class. I think that
from the ruling class. Why are you bringing the ruling class? Why are you bringing the ruling class into this? The APC doesn't have any hand on this. I'm very sure. But anyways, okay, I take back my word.
People call you Onananda.
But you know what? Let's have your concluding.
What you said. What are people calling?
Let's have your concluding thoughts.
You stay in your house and see Onwa. It's not true.
Let's have your concluding thoughts.
Who told you? That's what my people call such a statement. It's not true. Let us verify it. I'll fast check it. You see, no, it's not true.
Can you go ahead and give your concluding thoughts here?
I said it's a propaganda from the top.
Concluding thoughts on the conversations we've had tonight. That's what I mean.
On what?
Okay,
network
thank you. Okay, it's fine. Dr. Anosike, let's have your concluding thoughts.
The issue is this, the so-called election in Ekiti will not pass integrity test because it is not free, it is not credible, it is not transparent. And it is not a shock to Nigerians because I know that the election was even rigged before the day of the election. Understand me? I know that the election was even rigged before the day of the election.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Nosiki, and thank you as well, Dr. Kemeze, for being a part of the issues. And that's all we have on today's episode of the issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and, of course, governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. I am Nenna Ndomdioto, and this has been the issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi everyone, my name is Princess Fathia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaide, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Bunny 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happened?
Welcome to Hashtag on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Uguche, and it's such a pleasure to have you hang out with us. This is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things topical on social media, especially on X. That said, if this is your first time here, accept a very, very warm welcome from us. So if you're game, let's get the show on the road. First hashtag for today is hashtag resign. This is the most talked about gist on X right now. I can tell you the grapevine is buzzing. I'm just going to take you straight to X now. What's happening? The NDC presidential candidate, Peter Obi, is asking President Tinubu to take a cue from UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who just resigned because he said he was unable to govern the UK as promised. So Peter Obi is saying, look, President Tinubu, be Mr. Incredible and just do like the UK Prime Minister. This is it. Peter Obi calls for Tinubu's resignation over governance failures. In a statement on X, Obi drew parallels between Starmer's exit over unmet pledges and Tinubu's unfulfilled 2023 promises on electricity, corruption, and welfare. He highlighted Nigeria's erratic power supply with just 5,000 megawatts generated amid 15 grid collapses, persistent insecurity, and hardship from subsidy cuts and currency devaluation. Obi argued such a step would foster a culture of responsibility, though critics call it electioneering ahead of 2027. So Peter Obi himself put up a post on X, and this is what it looks like. Peter Obi says, owning up to leadership failures and political responsibility. That's how he captioned it. He said, this morning I listened to the British Prime Minister's speech announcing his planned resignation in July. As a keen observer of global politics, my primary interest lies in examining what successful nations do right and the structural factors that cause others to lag or struggle with governance and development. The Prime Minister's planned resignation comes amid mounting public frustration over a stagnant economy, a worsening cost of living crisis, and a perceived failure to honor key campaign pledges. Looking inward in our dear country, we can recall our own situation. Before 2015, our president on several occasions championed the call for then President Goodluck Jonathan to resign over economic hardship and insecurity affecting Nigerians. During the Chibok school kidnapping incident, he demanded the immediate resignation of President Jonathan, arguing that the government had failed in its most fundamental duty of protecting lives. But that's not all. Obi goes on to say that during the 2023 election campaign, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu made several promises, including improved electricity supply. He also challenged the electorate not to vote for him for a second term if he failed to deliver on those commitments, I should say, particularly in providing stable power, fighting corruption, and improving the welfare of Nigerians. At present, Obi goes on to say, these conditions have worsened. Electricity supply remains unreliable. Insecurity has intensified in many areas, including kidnappings, and economic hardship has deepened rather than eased. Similar concerns are reflected across other critical sectors such as security, infrastructure, transportation, and anti-corruption efforts, all of which have regressed. We are in the worst possible condition. This is the last paragraph. I therefore join Nigerians of goodwill in calling for the resignation of the president over monumental failure in governance. Such a gesture would help enthrone a political culture rooted in accountability and responsibility rather than further entrenching impunity. It would also send a powerful message that public office is a sacred trust, not an entitlement, and help a society in which future leaders understand that failure carries consequences. Only by ending the culture of impunity can we secure a better future for the society our children will inherit in a new Nigeria, which is possible. So this is how this gist is panning out online right now, and netizens are responding. This is Oluwakemi who says this is actually a very valid call. Keir Starmer, no fail. Okay, yeah, so she's speaking the pidgin like we do it, so I'm going to do like she did. Keir Starmer, no fail, reached this level before he resigned. I wonder why African leaders refuse to put country first in all they do. And then she goes and say, you cannot spend years telling citizens that insecurity, poverty, unemployment, and poor governance are enough grounds for a government to leave office. Then suddenly discover patience and nuance while those same problems wasn't under your own administration. The issue is not even whether anyone agrees with the call for resignation. The issue is consistency. The standards you applied to others should be the same standards applied to you. Anything else is hypocrisy. That's coming from Oluwakemi. Oyewale says, well spoken, unstoppable leader. If a company is on the brink of bankruptcy and its director isn't productive in their department, would you ask them to resign or let them continue to damage the company? Until we view our beloved country as a company that demands individuals with character, capacity, competence, and compassion to hold leadership positions, we won't progress as a nation. We must move forward as a nation, and the time is now. Let's come together and vote for Peter Obi to lead us. And then Moses' success says, UK no be Nigeria. The call for Tinubu to resign wouldn't show any statesmanship because UK and Nigeria practice different systems of government. It's insensitive, sir, to call for Tinubu to resign as the only way to remove him is either by incapacitation, death, or ballot. That is election. Of course, that's coming from Moses' success. Apologies for the slight mix-up. I know what you've been seeing for a while now does not tally with what I've been reading. It's a mix-up, technicalities. Apologies for that. This is Granger, who says, Nigeria and some part of Africa learned democracy from Western nations, but failed to learn their leadership style. In Nigeria, in particular, they rather die in power than resign when they know they have failed abysmally. Some of them are not in good terms with their health, but rather be carried like babies or disgraced. African democracy has failed the continent or its continent. It's important for the viewer to know that these are the views of netizens and not that of VOP TV. This is Nwabweze Okonkwo, who says Peter Obi has called for the resignation of Tinubu. This is the right thing for Tinubu to do. Kistama has performed better than him, yet Stama has resigned for not surpassing expectations. And then Nwabweze Okonkwo goes on to say Tinubu has failed woefully. And then he attached a video of Kistama announcing his resignation to his post. Take a listen.
The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. The question my is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. The question my
That is UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer announcing his resignation. He said he's spoken to King Charles already, so it's a done deal. But he's going to be there till September because there's a timetable, right, as regards how his resignation is going to go. So he's going to remain there till September, but he's already resigned. That's the gist. So Kemi Pipe, this is the next hashtag. Kemi Badenoch is reacting to Keir Starmer's resignation and the timetable. And he's asking, so what happens till September when he finally leaves office? Kemi Badenoch, by the way, is Nigerian, but she is the leader of the Conservative Party in the UK, a very, very high-profile politician in the United Kingdom who really does not there's no love lost between Kemi Badenoch and Nigerian politicians. So she's not someone who's really loved back home. But then again, she's someone who holds sway when it comes to politics on the international level. So this is the post she put up on X. That's the next hashtag. We are discussing hashtag Kemi Badenoch. Kemi Badenoch says the country is not being governed, and Labour say that won't be a prime minister till September. Keir Starmer is off on a farewell tour, and Andy Burnham wants a summer holiday. Neither is thinking about our national security. We need to cut welfare and fund our military. So she's sort of stepping in as the de facto leader. She put up a post. She attached a video to this post. Take a look.
There are criticisms that need to be made, and the Prime Minister is setting out his farewell tour while Andy Burnham wants a summer holiday. It's really, really important that we ensure that the country is being governed. Keir Starmer has had to resign because his defence secretary said he was not looking after national security. Whatever happens now, we need to make sure that national security is the number one agenda. And that means that Andy Burnham needs to explain where the money to fund our defence is coming from, and he needs to cut welfare to pay for defence.
All right. So you just listened to Kemi Badenoch, the leader of UK's Conservative Party. Netizens, mainly Brits, are reacting to her comments. And this is Jody Day, who says, amazing to consider that out of 400 or so Labour MPs, there's not one considered a potential prime minister. So they had to engineer a by-election to get someone. And Laffy Dog says, did you say the same when the country went through the chaos of Truss and Sunak's leadership elections? So Laffy Dog is calling Kemi a hypocrite. This is Lily Gordon, who says, so Russia or Iran could attack any moment, and there's really zero defense and no one in charge. Amazing. But that's not all. This is a Gary Strelchuk, who says, just like Canada, Trudeau resigns. The shutdown government for 10 months against procedural rules and install whoever they want. Elections mean nothing. Good luck with that. And HEAP Council says we need a general election now. UK citizens are angry at how complacent all politicians are. Labour blow everything up, or the Labour is blowing everything up. The Labour Party is blowing everything up, so UK citizens will continue to pay bills while everyone is vacationing. This is me paraphrasing what HIP Council is saying. And Matthew Bodicami says, cut welfare. There are millions out of work thanks to your policies as well as Labour. So people are not even very happy with Kemi Badenoch as he stands. So what happens to the UK? The UK actually does not shy away from changing its leaders when they are not satisfied. I mean, once upon a time, it was Sunak of Indian descent. And this time around, it is Keir Starmer. Once upon a time, it was Theresa May. And now it looks like the pendulum is going to be swinging to somewhere else. Who knows, someday, Kemi Badenoch of Nigerian descent might become UK's prime minister. This is something she's been pushing for a long time. But will it happen? Fingers crossed. I take you now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Showore. Human rights activist Omoyele Showore, and of course, AAC presidential candidate, was forcefully taken out of court today and has been remanded in Kuje prison. Some days ago, last week actually, towards the end of last week, a judge had asked for Showore to be arrested because he refused to show up for his trial. Well, this is the gist, a summary of it. Court orders Showore's remand after recusal bid fails. A federal high court in Abuja remanded Showore, the AAC's 2027 presidential candidate and Sahara Reporters publisher, to Kuje Correctional Center until Wednesday. The judge dismissed Showore's request for recusal and upheld his bail revocation for missing a June 16 hearing while switching lawyers. Showore faces cybercrime charges over 2025 posts, calling President Tinubu a criminal. He calls it a free speech attack and vowed from outside court that prison feels like a vacation amid cries of judicial overreach from supporters. Now, Sahara Reporters is spinning this tale in a totally different way. This is the post-Sahara reporters put up. DSS operatives violently abduct Ishoware inside Abuja court after judge orders Kuje prison remand. Now, some netizens are picking bones with the caption. They are saying, how does an abduction happen after a court had asked for Ishoware to be remanded? Well, there's a video. Take a listen, guys.
Hey! Why are suits? You see inside the courtroom. Look at what they are doing to Showore inside courtroom. Look at what they are doing. Look at what they do. It's DSS. Look at what they are doing. Look at what they are doing. Look at what they are doing in the courtroom. Look at what they are doing in the courtroom. Look at what they are doing in the courtroom. Look at what they are doing in the courtroom. Do you want to shoot us? 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 DSS, do you want to kill us? Do you want to kill us? Shameless people. Shameless people. Shameless idiot. More go down. Shameless people. Shameless idiot. Shameless people. Shameless people. Stupid people. More go down. Stupid people. Apparently, that is a supporter of Showore there who made that video. And of course, Sahara reporters who put up that post and that video is published by Showore, the AAC presidential candidate who is cooling his feet in Kuje prison right now. Netizens are responding. This is A.M. Timidayo, who says the men of the official DSS and G love to display brute force against civilians, but cannot muster the same energy when confronting terrorists who threaten national security. It is deeply disappointing that a security agency funded by taxpayers would invade the sanctity of a court to manhandle a citizen, yet remain largely passive where real danger exists. Utterly shameful, to say the least. That is coming from A.M. Timidayo. Again, note that these views are those of netizens, people who use X, and not that of VOP TV. This is a Boy Gray who says, do you know why DSS can't treat VDM like this? Because VDM's hands are clean. We can't say the same for Showore. That's not all. This is Bright Unjoko saying, calling an institutional compliance of a court. Calling an institutional compliance of a court order violent abduction appears erroneous. Be mindful of what you say on social media. Bright Unjoku is referring to the caption Sahara reporters used. This is Anonymous Me who says, if Showore already packed for Kuje like he claimed, why not go gently? Why the courtroom theatrics and protest chants? You can't prepare for jail and still fight the process. So before he was whisked away by security operatives, Showore had an interview and he told the media that he was ready for jail. That was like vacation. In fact, we have him on tape. Take a listen.
Aware of the courts, as you're all aware of, made an order while I was absent last week that my bail is revoked and an arrest. This set of lawyers today, as I promised the court last time, and they are going to represent us. But the court was told by the prosecutors that they must insist on sending me to Kuje prison until Wednesday. But guess what? I'm prepared. I brought my prison bag with me today. And I told the judge, who said he can't refuse himself, that when they're ready, I'm outside. Nobody should be surprised. I have predicted before now that all these things are going to happen. But they are happening for a good reason. And the reason is that somebody must make the sacrifice that will liberate this country. Kwame Nkrumah was sent to prison for insulting colonial masters.
And that is Omoyele Showore, the presidential candidate of the AAC. He's also a human rights activist. So netizens continue to react. This is this cipher. The cipher says,
Showore and his supporters thrive on political propaganda and staged drama, hoping emotional reactions will outweigh critical thinking. Ejike Chukwemere, okay, let me just settle for Ejike. Ejike says Nigeria so disorganized. It will take years before it becomes a civil society that has respect for the rule of law. But Greg is picking bones with what the security operatives were wearing. And he says, this is Greg on X saying, waiting DSS wear so. But let me redirect you to what this cipher said. He said Showore and his supporters thrive on political propaganda and staged drama, hoping emotional reactions would outweigh critical thinking. But is that it? Or are these die-hard supporters of the human rights activists? This is another debate that is raging online right now. Some are saying it's just drama. Others are saying this is revolution. Now, take for instance Doris Ogala, who is the AAC Guba candidate in Abia State. She went berserk today. I mean, shortly before Showore was taken away, she said she was going to be arrested with him, or she was going to go with him to prison if anybody tried to arrest him. So when the DSS operatives whisked him out of the courtroom, she went, okay, this is better seen than narrated. Take a listen to Doris Ogala after Showore was taken by security operatives.
I did say that they should take Showore to Kuje prison. DSS came to abduct him now. We will not agree. We will have to arrest every one of us here. We will not allow that to happen. Never. We will never give Showore to DSS. Never. Come down, say Kuje prison. We will never give Showore to DSS. We will never.
So what do you think? It's a huge one, I can tell you. The debate is for and against. So this is a microcosm of how it is playing out on X. Now, Dan says doing this is a crime of its own. It's called obstruction of justice. There are no sentiments with law. Law is law. Happy just says, now wow. And then Extra CMB says, I like the spirit. Keep it up. One love. So it's a huge, huge story on X right now. Lots of reactions, lots of responses to that one. I've got so many stories for you breaking. For example, Showore's counsel, Deji Adeyonju, has been called to testify against Nasir El-Rufai in the ongoing trial. That's one of the stories I'm going to be breaking to you, or I'm going to bring into you shortly, because that will be after the short break. In the meantime, Rotimi Amechi is thinking of taking his party, ADC, to court if they do not, with immediate effect, upload his name as the ADC vice presidential candidate. So it looks like himself and his principal are already at loggerheads. And also, Nyesom Wike is applauding himself and the PDP for being the #1 opposition party in Nigeria, and is also congratulating the APC for winning the AKT election that happened on Saturday. These are so many juicy stories I'm going to be bringing your way after this short break. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching
voice of the people.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
On Edge Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television. Love ya.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics.
Welcome everyone. It is still hashtag on VOP TV. The next hashtag actually is hashtag ADC. Like I told you, it looks like fire on the mountain, like all is not well with the mega coalition party ADC. So this is it. Nigeria's ADC faces internal rift over Amechi as Atiku's running mate. African Democratic Congress announced the Atiku Amechi ticket on June 15 as a unity pairing after Atiku's primary win with 1.85 million votes to Amechi's 504,000. Yeah? 504,000. Atiku loyalists, including PDP defectors and regional groups, now push to replace him, doubting his vote-pulling power in Rivers and southern states. Amechi supporters threaten lawsuits if he's not listed on the INEC portal by June 27, while Atiku's aide insists the choice is settled once he returns from a business trip abroad. With deadlines looming before the 2027 election, the party's unity hangs in the balance. So what this means is that the ADC has not really uploaded Amechi's name on INEC's portal as its VP candidate.
The Guardian is giving us clarity on this one. Barely 1 week after the African Democratic Congress, ADC, announced the former Transport Minister, Rotimi Amechi, as his vice presidential candidate, the decision has continued to unsettle the party. Checks revealed that party chieftain loyal to the presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, and supporters of the vice presidential nominee are quarreling over the choice of the VP candidate and are calling for his substitution. The Guardian learned that while both parties to the simmering trouble in ADC are maintaining studied silence, the supporters of the former transportation minister have convinced him to proceed with a court case against the ADC presidential primary if by June 27 his name is not uploaded on the Independent National Electoral Commission's INEC portal. And so credit goes to Vanguard for giving us more meat to that story. And this is Slim reacting to the wahala within the ADC. Slim says 1 week. That's how long the Atiku Amechi ticket lasted before ADC chieftains started fighting over it. This isn't the first crack either. Kenneth Okonkwo already came out against the peak, arguing a South-South VP shuts the Southeast out of both top slots again after the region gave up the party chairmanship and the presidential ticket to support this coalition. That grievance was sitting there before the ink dried. And remember, Amechi himself rejected the primary result and refused to congratulate Atiku after losing it. So the unity ticket was built on a foundation that was already cracked before the announcement, not after. That's not all. Slim goes on to say this is the same opposition party or pattern Nigeria has watched for a decade. Big coalition energy at the press conference, then immediately one faction feels short-changed. And he goes on to say that Tinubu's biggest advantage in 2027 isn't his record, it's the opposition's inability to stay married for longer than a news cycle. A. Ghana says, I foresee ADC supporting NDC come 2027 general election. But is that a possibility? Who knows? It looks like in Nigerian politics, the more you see, the less you see, really. I mean, the more you look, the less you see. That's how he said. So we'll continue to keep you posted as that particular hashtag pans out. Let me take you to the next one now, which is hashtag Wike congratulates APC. Nyesom Wike, the FCT minister, also, should I say, the founder of the Rainbow Coalition in Rivers State, and also one of the factional national leaders of the PDP, is congratulating APC's Oyebanji, Biodun Oyebanji, for a re-election. Of course, INEC has announced him as the winner of the Ekiti State gubernatorial election that took place on Saturday. So Imran Mohammed, by the way, is a Buharist and, of course, an APC member. That's how he describes himself on social media. He put up this post. He's quoting Wiki. Let me use this opportunity, Mr. President, to congratulate your party, APC, for winning Saturday's by-election, and also congratulate my party, PDP, for maintaining the opposition. Opposition is not about talking. It's about challenging the ruling party, and we are the only party doing so. So he was at an event. Vice President Kashim Shettima was as well there. Imran Mohammed put up this video. Credit goes to him, and of course, credit goes to the TVC for it. Take a look.
This opportunity, Mr. President, congratulate your party for winning Saturday by-election, and also congratulating my party for maintaining the opposition. Yes, we get our leader. In every political setting, there must be winners and there must be opposition. Today we are seeing the ruling party and the opposition party. Opposition party is not by talking, it's by challenging the ruling party. And we are the only party that is challenging the ruling party. So we are the leading opposition party. Your Excellency, Mr. President,
That was FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, who has vowed to work for President Tinubu's re-election. President Tinubu, by the way, being a member of the APC, and Nyesom Wike himself saying he is a member of the PDP, even though a faction of the PDP has expelled him as well as his cohorts. So it's a whole lot to wrap your head around. But hey, netizens are responding. This is Shegu Benson, and Shegu Benson says Wike is cooking something that will materialize after the 2027 general elections. Probably PDP will come alive again and will be formidable at the behest of Mr. President, albeit subtly. Dal comment says, look at Shetima happy and smiling. Our leaders can't relate to the realities of ordinary Nigerians at all. Seems they don't just care because it doesn't get to them. You can't be in power forever. The system you fail to fix now that you have the chance might come to hurt you later. Joseph Hart Jones says, I really wonder who is opposition in Nigeria. Very abysmal defeat. And this is Merit, who says, ADC is a dwarfed political party for recycled politicians. The only opposition is the NDC, and it clearly shows that Atiku and his cohorts have been doing the same thing for the last 33 years while expecting different results. They should collapse their little structure and join forces with Peter Obi immediately. And so that, of course, is coming from Merit on X. Now, talking about the by-election that took place in Ekiti over the weekend, Saturday precisely, there have been reports of mass rigging. There have been reports of voter apathy, like people not really coming out to vote. There's been report of vote buying, really, like I said earlier on, with so many people asking that INEC should do the needful. They're also saying that anti-graft agencies should jump on this case, and bring to book whoever is found culpable. Others are asking, is this a reflection of how things are going to be playing out in 2027? Is it true then that the APC is going to be riding all the way to Asu Rock? So many questions online right now. But talk about Yaga Africa, election observers like Yaga Africa and all of that. They've come out to say that this wasn't really a free and fair election. But already INEC has declared a winner. Like I said, Biodun Oyebanji is the winner of the Saturday gubernatorial election in Ekiti State. He's been re-elected. You do remember that before the election on Saturday, it looked like Ekiti had turned into a huge battleground. In fact, the PDP had Senator Natasha Akpoti-Odoanga. You remember the senator from Kogi State? Yeah, fiery senator. They had her come over to Ekiti State to help drum up support for their candidate. And look at what the APC did. They now brought Senator Natasha's arch rival, Yahaya Bello, from Kogi State. They speak the same tribe. Both of them are from Okene. No, not Okene. Both of them speak Igbira. That's what I was going to say. But both are from Kogi State. So Yahaya Bello, former Kogi State governor, was brought into Ekiti State to drum up support for the APC. And it looks like himself and the APC took it home. On that note, we leave politics and let's talk about something that's on the front burner right now. This is breaking news. I can tell you that El Rufai appeared in court today, and the gist is not just about El Rufai appearing in court. This is what's got people talking. Deji Adeyonju, Showore's legal advisor, has been called by the DSS to witness against a former FCT minister, former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El Rufai. The NTA has it. Newsflash, alleged case of wire tapping against El Rufai. Prosecution calls Deji Adeyonju as a second witness to testify. There's a video. Credit goes to the NTA for that one. Let's take a look. and that is Nasir El-Rufai there. It appears he's healthy. He looks healthy because last week we had a group who alleged that El-Rufai was going to be poisoned in prison, that there were plans to poison El-Rufai, and they were spitting fire like a dragon, that if that happens, things were not going to go well, especially in the northern part of the country and Nigeria at large. So back to Deji Adeyanju testifying against El-Rufai and for the DSS as a second witness in the ongoing trial, the wiretapping trial. The cable is giving us some clarity here. The trial of Nasir El-Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State, over alleged access to a telephone conversation involving Nuhu Ribadu, National Security Advisor, NSA, continued at the Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday. During the court proceedings, the video showing El-Rufai's interview on Arise Television on February 13, 2026 was played. According to NAN, Deji Adeyanju, activist and lawyer who was subpoenaed, appeared as the second witness to the Department of State Services, DSS, in the case. The Premium Times also has this story. The Premium Times says, a lawyer, Deji Adeyanju, on Monday testified as the second prosecution witness in the alleged phone tapping case filed by the State Security Service, SSS, against former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai. Mr. Adeyanju, who appeared before Judge Joyce Abdul Malik of the Federal High Court in Abuja, testified after the recording was played that the video reflected what he witnessed during the 13 February program in which Mr. El-Rufai made claims about intercepting the phone call of the National Security Advisor, NSA, Nuhu Ribadu. But the thing is, El-Rufai did not say he intercepted the phone call of the National Security Advisor. He said someone said they had intercepted. There's a lot of he said, someone said going around here. El-Rufai made it very clear that it wasn't him that intercepted, but he knew of someone who had intercepted a conversation or this particular phone call of the NSA. But netizens are responding. This is Yemi James. And Yemi James says that I stand with El-Rufai because he stands with the masses. When Emefiele decided to go gaga, let me take that again. I stand with El-Rufai because he stood with the masses when Emefiele decided to go gaga with Buhari's cabal. Boban says they're trying to rope Deji Adeyanju to go and join his colleague Showore in prison. And someone says, this is just the beginning. Wait for the main menu with APC. And then someone is advising El-Rufai to just join the APC and be like Olatimbo Ayinde and Yahaya Bello. So that's how we wrap it up today. Others are saying El-Rufai shouldn't have said what he said, but hey, it's a wrap on hashtag today. Thank you so much for watching. I should say. I'll see you again, same time, same station. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche. Bye.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hi, my name is Zoe Martinson, and you're watching VOP TV.
What's up, people? It's your boy Dulo checking in. I'm here with the fisherman, Dulo, aka Kubi. I want to shout out the VOP, the voice of the people. Make sure you guys tap in, tune into the voice of the people today, tomorrow, and every day.
Hi, everyone. My name is Princess Fithia Nkrumah, and you keep watching Voice of the People TV.
Rukomi ni Akweja. Ricky Adelaida, the fisherman. Voice of the people. I'm part of the people. So go on and always watch Voice of the People.
Wagwami people, it's your girl Endurance Grand, and I'm giving a special shout out to VOP TV. Keep listening, keep watching.
My name is Akio Shota. This is VOP TV.
Hi, my name is William Lamte. I'm an actor, and keep watching Voice of the People TV. Keep it locked.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Taro Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
It's your girl
Carrie Kel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzaya.
Please keep watching Voice of the People television.
TV.
Love ya.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Far without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza.
Of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello, my name is Prissy Najo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Usimachiku. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi everyone, I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV and just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi guys, it's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Put it this way, most hospitality industries in Nigeria, especially hotels, some of them are paying 25,000 naira per day for electricity. 25,000 naira per day for electricity. That is not cheap. That doesn't come cheap at all. So if you're paying only for electricity for 25,000 naira, then you've not added your staff salary, you've not added maintenance, you've not added every other cost, you've not added the taxes you pay and all of that. So you find out that the price of the rooms are going higher. And that is why the patronage is reducing. So, the purchasing power of Nigerians is nothing to write home about. So a lot of businesses are folding up. A lot of businesses are going under because of the bad policies of government, especially with electricity. And I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. If electricity was cheap, if it was available, if it was affordable, the president would not have opted to using solar and saying, look, you guys go with your national grid. Whatever happens to you, that's the impression we get. That's the impression Nigerians get today. Because for the president to opt to begin to use solar as against finding a way of fixing the electricity issue and ensuring that there is supply, ensuring that there is distribution, but he has opted to go and be on solar, it simply means that you guys can go to places. Well, the advice is simple. The government needs to begin to look at the way of cutting, bringing down the cost of electricity. The cost of everything in Nigeria today has gone haywire. As of today, people are buying 1 kilogram of gas, 1,006, 1,008. Some people are buying for 2,000. Petrol has been 1,003 to 1,005. And interestingly, the wages have remained the same. So it's becoming difficult, extremely difficult, not only for businesses to survive, but for the Nigerian people themselves to survive this economy. So the government must begin to think as if there is no box. Where did you get it wrong? We talked about subsidy is gone. Where is the money that has been saved from the subsidy? Loans have been collected. Where are the money being applied? So the government needs to begin to cut from its own self. I remember during the campaigns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu said he was going to cut the cost of governance. But what we have today is an over-bloated cost of governance. And we cannot continue like this as a nation. We cannot. So the government needs to find a way to be able to meet the people halfway. Not asking the people, the poor Nigerians, go and pray, go and make sacrifices. The political leaders, are they making the same sacrifices?
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K, you're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edgy Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndumdioto. Before we begin, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Now the headlines. Showare remanded in Kuje until June 24.
Rights groups demand release and end to prosecution.
Protesters block Iwo Road over abducted school children.
Police assure safe rescue of school children.
Oyebanji thanks voters for election victory.
The Situation Room decries a vote trading and low voter turnout.
On the foreign scene, Van says Iran agrees to IAEA inspections and 60-day nuclear roadmap.
Well, in business news, a T-bill turnover up at 137% and bond trading rises 76% as yields climb.
In sport, Argentina beat Austria 2-0 as Messi scores brace to become all-time top scorer.
Well, in entertainment news, Clive Davis, hitmaker behind Aretha, Whitney, Billy Joel, dies at 94.
Now the news and details. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday ordered the immediate remand of human rights activist and African Action Congress AAC presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore at the Kuje Correctional Center. He will remain in custody until Wednesday, June 24, 2026, when legal proceedings resume. Detention stems from a 2-count cybercrime charge filed by the Department of State Services, DSS. The DSS accuses Sowore of cyber stalking and criminal defamation over an August 2025 social media post in which he labeled President Bola Tinubu a criminal. In May 2026, Justice Muhammad Umar rejected Sowore's application to drop the charges and ruled that the DSS had established a prima facie case. Earlier in June, after a directive for daily hearings, Sowore's legal team withdrew and he opted to represent himself, filing a motion accusing the judge of bias. On June 22, which is today, Justice Omar dismissed Sowore's motion seeking disqualification and issued a bench warrant after Sowore failed to appear for a defense hearing on June 16. The court then ordered his remand at Kuje Correctional Center pending continuation of the trial.
Meanwhile, supporters of human rights activist Omoyele Sowore have accused operatives of the Department of State Services DSS of forcibly arresting him on Monday, despite a court order remanding him in a correctional facility. Justice Muhammad Umar had ordered that Sowore be remanded in Kuje Correctional Center pending his application for a stay of execution of an earlier bail revocation order. The judge also dismissed Sowore's request for recusal over alleged bias and adjourned the case to June 24. Following proceedings, a live video on Sowore's Facebook page showed a DSS operative dragging him by the waist, while others blocked his supporters. The crowd later blocked gates of the Federal High Court complex, insisting the court ordered remand in a correctional facility, not police or DSS custody. Sowore is the former presidential candidate of the African Action Congress AAC, is actually the current presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC. The June 24 date is set for hearing and his stay of execution application.
Activist Omoyele Sowore's detention has drawn condemnation from human rights groups as his trial continues in Abuja. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, and Amnesty International Nigeria are both demanding his immediate release and withdrawal of charges. Sowore was remanded by a Federal High Court in Abuja after Justice Muhammad Umar revoked his bail. The judge also dismissed an application seeking his recusal from the case. SERAP, in a statement signed by Deputy Director Kolawole Oluwadare, said Sowore's prosecution violates his right. For its part, Amnesty International Nigeria said in a statement on his official X account that the activist's detention of a social media post is arbitrary and called for an end to criminalizing dissent. Sowore's rearrangement is set for June 24.
Well, in another development, motorists and commuters faced major disruptions on Monday as protesters blocked the Iwo Road interchange in Ibadan, Oyo State. The demonstrators, led by the Take It Back movement, TIB, gathered around 10 a.m. They demanded the release of school children and teachers abducted in Orire local government area in May. The group also called for an end to insecurity nationwide. National coordinator of the movement, Jowo Shayolu, said the protest is part of ongoing actions to push for the victims of freedom. The blockade caused heavy traffic at the busy interchange and affected businesses in the area as security operatives monitored the demonstration.
Meanwhile, the Southwest Coordinating Deputy Inspector General of Police, Adegoke Fayoade, has assured that abducted school children and the teachers in Oyo State were rescued safely. Fayoade, who oversees information and communication technology, gave the assurance on Monday during an official visit to the Lagos State Police Command headquarters in Ikeja. He said coordinated operations are ongoing across security formations for the swift rescue of the victims. Responding to reports of ransom demands by abductors, the DIJ stated that the police do not engage in ransom discussions. He stressed that the operational focus remains the safe recovery of the victims. Fayoade added that efforts have been intensified to ensure that children and teachers are freed in the shortest possible time.
And now to political matters. Ekiti State Governor Abiodun Oyebanji has thanked residents for re-electing him in the June 20 governorship poll. In a statement on Monday, the governor said Ekiti people gave him a renewed 4-year mandate after a peaceful election across all 16 local government areas. He won all 177 wards in 16 local government areas. Oyebanji also extended an olive branch to the candidates of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the African Democratic Congress, ADC, urging them to join him in building a more prosperous Ekiti.
This next report said the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room has faulted the conduct of the June 20 Ekiti governorship election, citing vote trading and low voter turnout. The room said some voters faced accessibility challenges. Elderly voters and persons with disabilities had to travel long distances to reach polling units. The group also reviewed the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVERS. Correspondent Ferdinand Igba has the report.
Between voters and agents of political parties. The Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room has issued its observer report on the just concluded Ekiti governorship election, condemning what it described as flagrant vote trading between voters and agents of political parties, without any significant arrest by security personnel.
Situation Room notes with concern on the following. 1. Alleged incidents of voter inducement in some polling locations, delays in the opening of polls in certain areas, inconsistent adherence to electoral procedure in isolated polling units, the persistence of low voter turnout despite extensive voter education efforts. These issues underscore the need for continued improvement in electoral administration, enforcement of electoral laws, and civic engagement initiatives. Despite over 1 million registered voters and a PVC collection rate of 97.1%, only about 1/3 of eligible voters participated in the election. This trend raises important questions regarding citizen confidence in electoral processes, political parties, and governance outcome, and requires urgent attention from INEC, political actors, civil society organizations, and relevant government institutions.
There is so much widespread vote trading because both citizens and the political parties were involved, even pricing and all that. Many people came, you can hear them saying, I just came to collect my money and vote. And actually, we saw so many people, they directed them, go and vote here, snap. And the police personnel were not doing anything. In few reported cases, and we saw female road safety, civil defense saying you cannot, if you want to buy, go outside the line, distinguishing themselves.
The post-election report also raises concern about low voter turnout, calling on relevant electoral stakeholders, including the Independent National Electoral Commission, political parties, and civil society groups, to work on rebuilding the confidence of the electorate on the country's electoral process. Ferdinand Igba, reporting for VOP TV in Abuja.
Ferdinand, Thank you. Elsewhere, a former senatorial aspirant in Kwara South, Shola Ajimati, has called on Kwara State Governor Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak to urgently initiate reconciliation efforts within the All Progressives Congress APC. In an open letter on Monday, Ajimati warned that the APC in Kwara State faces a critical moment. He cited internal divisions, unresolved primary election disputes, and emerging security challenges. He urged deliberate steps to foster unity and broader stakeholder engagement ahead of future elections. The appeal comes after Yakubu Danladi Salihu emerged as the party's governorship candidate. Some party members have raised concerns over their participation in key decision-making processes. Ajimati acknowledged the governor's contributions to Kwara's development, but stressed that sustaining those gains will require a more inclusive approach to party management.
The Nigeria Youth Organization NYO has condemned insecurity and what it described as politicians' use and dump treatment of youth after elections. NYO Deputy President Nasir Doka spoke in Abuja on threats to democracy and national security. Correspondent Ferdinand Igba has the report.
Of the Nigerian Youth Organization. The Nigerian Youth Organization said, in the interest of democratic accountability and public confidence, call upon the governor of Ebonyi State to publicly clarify and reassure citizens that their constitutional freedoms remain fully protected. The Deputy President of the Nigerian Youth Organization urged all political parties and office holders across Nigeria to embrace responsible communication and avoid statements capable of escalating political tensions in Nigeria.
We are gathered here today to address the world and to tell them that Nigeria is in democratic threat. A governor who is the chief security officer of his state have come out publicly to address the whole world, telling them that he has what it takes to absorb whoever that is trying him or to consume him, to the extent of calling the name of a minister who is representing Nigeria, who we all know he is doing very well. Your political party does not matter. It's Nigeria first and Nigerians first, before any other thing.
Others who spoke include President, Nigerian Youth in Politics, and National Secretary, Nigerian Youth Organization, and Ebonyi State Chairman. Nigerian Youth Organization call on the people of Ebonyi State, particularly the youth population, to become an unwavering commitment to peace.
We are here today for the press briefing concerning the statements made by the governor of Ebonyi State, which is really so appalling, and it's a threat statement to the people that voted him in, and also a threat statement to the democracy of this country. So my advice, and as well my own remark, is that the governor should take his words back and as well do the needful by its citizens.
It gladdens my heart when young people come together to checkmate the Nigerian democratic practices, and it also disturbs us as an organization working to promote youth participation in politics, leadership, and governance, that a current sitting governor, during a public discourse, could make such an inciting statement, which says we have all it takes to consume and destroy whoever that is trying us. Now, let me put things in perspective. This is a public incitement, and according to the law of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it is criminal.
They, however, encourage all citizens to continue exercising their constitutional rights peacefully. I am Ferdinand Igba, reporting for VOP TV in Abuja.
Again, Ferdinand, thank you. Well, joining us for more insights on the news is Ismail Oladari. Ismail is a member, Take It Back movement, and former House of Assembly candidate under the AAC. Ismail, It's such a pleasure to have you join us. Welcome. Well, I understand that Ismail hasn't joined us. We do hope he does eventually. In the meantime, we'll take a break. When we come back, the news continues. Stay with us.
Well, before we talk of the impact, we need to talk of where we're coming from. When this administration came on, the president had promised us electricity, and actually said to us that he was going to make sure that there is electricity, and people were not going to be paying for estimated bill, and it was going to be available. So Nigerians were hoping for that. Businesses were looking forward to having electricity available and at an affordable rate. But what we have today is contrast to what the government has promised to us. Today, organizations are running more like everything they do in their profit, everything seems to be taken over or eaten up by electricity. And so it's difficult for a lot of business to survive in Nigeria, and it's difficult for us to begin to put our fingers on it to say, yes, we are benefiting from the dividends of democracy from this administration. Well, the supply itself is a big problem because, for instance, there is a hotel that has about 60 rooms, and on a monthly basis, they pay 27 million plus. And at the same time, they also run diesel for about 18 million. So by the time you add it, you find out that in a month, 45 million goes to the supply of electricity and their own supply of electricity by themselves. So it's not about the supply being available, but yes, the supply is epileptic, which we all know. The national grid keeps collapsing, and the cost, that comes with it is also very high. So it's difficult for anybody today in Nigeria to give a pass mark to electricity supply. Say, put it this way, most.
Welcome back. You just listened to Prince Chilaka on the state of the nation. Unfortunately, we don't have Ismail joining us. We do apologize for that. We'll try to get him subsequently. In the meantime, the federal government has intensified pressure on cement manufacturers to reduce prices, warning that current costs are straining infrastructure projects and forcing contractors to seek contract variations. Minister of Works, Senator David Umahi, announced this on Sunday at the unveiling of Lafarge Africa's new corporate identity. The company has been rebranded as HBM Cement, HBM, following its acquisition by Chinese-based Huaxin Group, Huaxin. Mahi told industry leaders, investors, and stakeholders at the Lagos Continental Hotel that government will begin formal engagements with cement producers from July 1. He described high cement prices as a persistent challenge to ongoing projects nationwide. The statement was issued on Monday by the Minister's Senior Special Assistant in Media, Francis Nwaze. The federal government says the talks will address pricing to project public works budgets.
Let's now move on to Edo State, where the government has hosted a men's mental health summit in Benin City for male civil servants to promote well-being awareness. Our correspondent, Rhoda Jenny, reports.
Edo State Government has organized Men's Mental Health Summit in Benin City for male civil and public servants as part of activities marking Men's Mental Health Awareness. The program, facilitated through the Edo State Health Insurance Commission, brought together men from various ministries, departments, and agencies to raise awareness on the importance of mental and physical well-being. Participants were also educated on the need for regular health checks with emphasis on early detection as a key preventive measure against health challenges. During the summit, guest speakers delivered lectures on mental wellness, healthy living, and the importance of keeping fit, urging men to pay closer attention to their health and seek professional support when necessary.
Go for regular walk. It has been shown, Kaiser Permanente reproduced the study from Harvard. If you walk 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes at night, it lowers high blood pressure. It reduces the risk of hypertension, diabetes. It reduces the risk of prostate cancer. And even if you were already diagnosed with the cancer, your recovery time is much improved just by walking. And again, not only just walk those 2 times, how many steps are you taking during the day? Because prolonged sitting is the new smoking.
It is very important that men take seriously their health. It's not just about working and ignoring your health. And I think this session today has actually exposed the need why people should take things about their health seriously.
Some attendees expressed appreciation for the initiative, noting that the sessions provided valuable information on maintaining a healthy lifestyle, managing stress, and improving overall well-being. They also highlighted the benefits gained from the lectures and called for more awareness programs on men's health across the state.
It was a blessing. Sincerely, relevant information regarding our well-being as men passed across, from talking about our social engagement with other men, speaking out and not just being that strong man, the strong guy where we say I'll handle everything. We should share and let people know our strengths and our weaknesses as well.
And I believe the men have understood, the impact of good health. And EDOHIS, as a government initiative, is also encouraging them to, go to their facilities, check yourself annually to make sure you are in good health. Prevention is always better than cure, and early detection is the best preventative measure.
Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Rhoda, thank you. Well, on the foreign scene, United States Vice President J.D. Vance says Iran has agreed to allow inspectors from the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, back into the country. He says discussions with the IAEA will happen as soon as today. Vance says teams also discussed reopening the Strait of Hormuz and deconfliction for the regional ceasefire. A memorandum of understanding MOU signed last week includes commitments to reopen the strait and end fighting on all fronts, including Lebanon. Mediators Qatar and Pakistan say the US and Iran agreed to a roadmap for a final nuclear deal within 60 days after the first round of talks. Vance called it a very good foundation for a final settlement.
Sir Keir Starmer has announced his resignation as leader of the Labour Party, marking the end of his time in 10 Downing Street. He said he will remain United Kingdom Prime Minister until his successor is in place. The decision follows devastating results in May elections to Welsh and Scottish Parliament and English local councils, plus damage and fallout over his appointment of Peter Mandelson as United States Ambassador. Pressure intensified after senior ministers, including Health Secretary Welsh Stritting and Defence Secretary John Haley, resigned. Andy Burnham's victory in the Makerfield by-election last week further weakened Starmer's authority among the Labour members of Parliament.
Well, in business news, Nigeria's fixed income secondary market recorded sharp trading increases in the week ended June 19, 2026. Treasury bill turnover rose 137% to 1.51 trillion naira, while Federal Government of Nigeria FGN bond trading volume increased 76% to 1.20 trillion naira. Data from the Financial Markets Dealers Association, FMDA, shows yields moved higher across most maturities. Average FGN band yield edged up 2 basis points to 16.95%. Average Treasury bill yield climbed 72 basis points to 18.31%, with the 9-month bill up 154 basis points to 20.15%. The FMDA says a weaker demand and investors demanding higher returns drove the increase, consistent with the June 17 Nigerian Treasury bills primary auction, where the Central Bank of Nigeria raised 1.49 trillion naira at higher stop rates.
Still in business, the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council has held its 2026 Sub-National Business Reform Workshop in Benin City to improve ease of doing business in Edo State. Our correspondent, Rhoda Journey, reports.
The Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council has held its 2026 nationwide sub-national engagement and technical reform workshop in Benin City, bringing together government officials, business owners, and other stakeholders to discuss ways of improving the business climate in Edo State. The workshop focused on strengthening regulatory governance through regulatory impact analysis, understanding the investment life cycle, and improving investor experience to attract more investments into the state. Speaking at the event, the Edo State Commissioner for Finance underscored the importance of creating a more business-friendly environment, while the Commissioner for Business, Trade and Investment, in a welcome address, reaffirmed the state's commitment to economic growth and private sector development.
On behalf of the Edo State Ease of Doing Business Council and the government of Edo State, I extend our sincere appreciation to EBE for bringing this strategic stakeholder engagement to our state. We are delighted to host this event, which provides an invaluable platform of dialogue, collaboration, and the exchange of ideas aimed at improving Nigeria's business environment.
So the experience shows that Edo State is on the right track. Based on the presentation from the DG PEBEC, you can see that most of the reforms is what we have embarked on when we assume office. We have done a lot of policies around trade policies, e-commerce policies, and other policies that are related to business.
Participants examined the harmonization of levies, fees, and regulatory charges, while exploring the opportunity for networking and collaboration among key players.
One of the things we observe that businesses face is usually duplication of levies, fees, and charges, especially at the state level. You know, like DG mentioned, most of the times when investors come into Nigeria, they don't just stay at Abuja, they come to a state. And usually sometimes they don't even stay at the state level, they go to various local governments to do businesses. However, one of the major challenges that these businesses face is the fact that they go through a whole lot of charges, there are a whole lot of charges, fees, and levies that they are obligated to pay. At the state level, at the local government level, there are multiple agencies that come to these businesses requesting them to pay different kind of fees, levies, and charges.
Will not be shaped in Abuja alone, it will be shaped in states like Edo, in cities like Benin, and beyond. Through the strength of local economies, the quality of infrastructure, effective institutions, and confident investors have in emerging opportunities.
A panel discussion and question and answer session highlighted reform challenges, opportunities, and the metrics used in assessing sub-national ease of doing business rankings across the country. Brother Johnny, EOP TV News.
Again, Rhoda, thank you. Well, in sports news, Argentina legend Lionel Messi has become the World Cup all-time leading scorer with his 18th goal in the tournament, surpassing Germany's Miroslav Klose. Messi scored a brace today in Argentina's 2-0 win over Austria in their second group match, taking his tally to 5 goals in the ongoing FIFA World Cup. The 30-year-old had a 38-year-old has scored his record-breaking 17th World Cup goal in the 38th minute amid huge cheers in Texas. after equaling closest mark of 16 with a hat-trick against Algeria last week. Messi scored his 18th World Cup goal in the 95th minute.
And finally, in entertainment, but on a sad note, Clive Davis, one of the most influential music executives in rock and pop history, has died at age 94. The former head of Columbia Records and Arista Records signed and shaped the careers of Aretha Franklin, Bruce Springsteen, Billy Joel, Whitney Houston, Santana Janis Joplin, Christina Aguilera, Alicia Keys, and many others. His family said he died at home in Manhattan, New York, while recovering from respiratory problems. Born in Brooklyn in 1932, Davis graduated from Harvard Law School with no music industry background. He joined Columbia Records at 28, taught himself copyright law and contracts, and later persuaded Bob Dylan to stay with the label after his original deal expired.
And may the soul of the late Clive Davis rest in peace. That said, we'll take a look at the headlines before we wrap it up. We told you that Sowore has been remanded in Kuje until June 24.
Also, rights group demand release and end to persecution.
Protesters block Iwo Road over abducted school children.
Police assure safe rescue of school children.
Oyebanji thanks voters for election victory.
Situation room decries vote trading and low voter turnout.
On the foreign scene, we told you that Vance says Iran has agreed to IAEA inspections and a 60-day nuclear roadmap.
In business, TBO turnover up 137% and bond trading rises 76% as yields climb.
Well, in sports news, Argentina beat Austria 2-0 as Messi scores brace to become all-time top scorer.
In entertainment, Clive Davis, hitmaker behind Aretha, Whitney, Billy Joel, dies at 94. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. We witness news happening near you. We want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814 606 4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomjeto.
And I am Vivian Uguche. Thank you for watching.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned